Alright. I think I told myself I was gonna get some work done today, but, um, yeah, I thought I was gonna be a lot busier, but then I remembered that what I needed to do was easy, and I already got half of it done, like, a day or two ago, so I think I've got plenty of time to goof off some. Yeah. Hold on, is that thing working? Don't tell me they broke it. Did they break it? Hang on, why is it whenever I press the button, something comes up and I need to stare at it and... You know what? It don't matter. Let's play. Yeah, I was gonna do something else today, but then... Yeah, distractions. Well, let's see. We were... I think we're currently around Seoul right now. Humble. Well, yeah, we just did this. We just drove around, Luna. But there's still plenty to do. These two are DLC ones, though, so we shall be avoiding those. Suppose we could do the stuff that's in the Horsehead Nebula. We don't have to go to Noveria just yet. Yeah, like I said before, I like to do all the side stuff before moving along, and there's still plenty to do. Missing person and... Alright, this is where we gotta go to meet What's-Her-Face. Let's head back to these systems and work our way down. Got a strange transmission out here in the Hawking Ada cluster. I'm sure it won't be that strange.
Message coming in, Commander. Big surprise, the Alliance needs you again.
What a shock.
Shepard, this is Admiral Hackett with Alliance Command. We've got a mission for you. An Alliance officer named Major Kyle has set up a small compound in the Hawking Eta cluster. He's attracted a number of followers, mostly biotics. He's become an outspoken critic of the Alliance, and we believe he's mentally unstable. This could be trouble, Shepard.
What kind of proof do you have that the Major is dangerous?
3 days ago, we sent 2 Alliance representatives to meet with him at his compound. They've disappeared. We believe Kyle and his followers killed him.
Fucking
Their
Kyle.
compound is a cult, Shepard. They call him Father Kyle now. He set himself up as some kind of religious leader.
What else can you tell me about Major Kyle?
He used to be a model soldier, but something happened to him at Torfin. Too many Alliance soldiers died under his command. Couldn't cope with the guilt. His psych evaluations showed he couldn't handle the stress of command anymore. He was given an honorable discharge in early retirement. We'd hoped he would get better in time, but we underestimated how far gone he was. Now it looks like it's too late.
You said his followers were biotics?
Yes. Major Kyle never showed any biotic tendencies himself, though. I think he's just latched onto a group he identifies with. Many biotics feel marginalized or ostracized by society. Kyle probably sees them as victims who need his protection, and they see him as someone who will fight for them. Unfortunately, he's convinced them that the Alliance is somehow responsible for all their problems. We can't let him go on like this.
What were those Alliance representatives going to talk to Major Kyle about?
They wanted to bring him back to an Alliance facility for treatment. Major Kyle served us faithfully for many years. We weren't going to abandon him. Given his state of mind, however, he probably saw them as a threat. We're almost certain he had his followers killed him.
Well, I happen to be very good at talking to people.
I might be able to end this without violence.
That may not be possible, Commander. We don't want a bloodbath, but Kyle is dangerous. I'll trust you to use your judgment. Hack it out.
Then we're going to the strange transmission. want to check real quick. How many points do I have in down here? I'm pretty sure there's two more points we could put into that, but I think we're as high as we need to go for all these talking things. Something that came to mind. Alright, let's go track down Kyle. Guessing this is where he is. Pressrop is the moon of Plendagon. It is a frigid, barren world with an extremely thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. The crust contains plentiful deposits of heavy metals. The Alliance is open to bidding for the moon's mineral rights, but exploitation will be complicated by the system's proximity to the 5 kiloparsec ring around the galactic core. The ring is an area of intense star formation and too dangerous to safely travel. Presrop's landscape is a nightmare of jagged, overlapping ridges and geological shock zones created by some ancient disaster. This has not deterred a generation of illegal wildcat miners from attempting to exploit the moon's riches. Fortunately, many have lost their lives. Well, good thing we're too awesome to die. Well, if this is where Kyle is, we ought to bring our resident biotic man. Yeah, kinda naturally. I swear I've seen that planet before, but I don't remember if I don't know if I'm remembering it from this game or from something else. It doesn't actually say which planet, so I'm going to assume it's this one. That biotic compound, yeah. Ah, I get to drive again. It's already worm time. Oops.
Heading to position.
Got a marker for an anomaly here. Was the anomaly just the worm? Normally when you see a marker like that, it goes on the map too. That's a little confusing. thought there might be something in this little divot back here. Maybe the worm swallowed a beacon or something? I don't know. We got a hostile marker back here.
Clear.
Once again, this is why you check the corners. Oh, I have a couple of shotgun stuff. Let's go ahead and complete our marksman training. There we go. We are now best shooter. Were they from the compound? One would assume. Okay, I tapped out for a second to check something. It is still working. All right. It's actually over the mountain. Or it's up here. Uranium. Keep pressing tab as if that's supposed to bring up the map, and that is not what that button does. That's other games. Oh god, oh god, oh god, ah! Not like falling in this game is fatal. Approaching the compound. Now, I don't actually remember Major Kyle, but something tells me that we can't actually save him. Like, this is just something where we have to go in and shoot. god! Check back here real quick, then we'll head into the compound. Far enough. Okay, that's not the... That's an entrance for other places. People have levels. Oh, they got all kinds of levels. Okay, you got 15. What are we gonna do? Let's give him advanced stasis. Advanced lift. There we go. Big biotics.
This is a private sanctuary. Outsiders are not welcome here.
I need to talk to the man in charge. It's important.
Father Kyle wants nothing more to do with the Alliance.
I want this to end peacefully. If he doesn't see me, people could get hurt.
We won't let you take Father Kyle away. He protects us. We need him.
The Alliance wants someone to pay for those murders. Let me speak to Major Kyle, and maybe I can find some way to help you all get out of this alive.
Wait. Father Kyle will speak with you. Head to the building at the far end of the compound. He'll meet you there.
Alright, never mind. For some reason my memory was betraying me.
Father Kyle says other humans are scared of us because they know we're better than them.
The Alliance sent assassins to kill Father Kyle, but we stopped them.
Nice way to carry a shotgun there.
Those other men from the Alliance tried to kill Father Kyle.
Pardon me. Oh, I'm sorry. Was this not the right? This was... At least they're just wandering around calmly. Jeez, they're gonna live out here. They could have brought a couch, a TV. I don't know, maybe some games. Like, these places never have anything that makes them feel properly lived in.
Father Kyle says we biotics have to stick together.
Where he at? Was he up there and I missed him?
The Alliance sent assassins to kill Father Kyle, but we stopped them.
Has anyone seen Kyle? About this tall? Anyone seen Kyle? Was he up here and I missed him? It was at the back of the compound.
Those other men from the Alliance tried to kill Father Kyle.
I'm starting to think that maybe you guys ate Kyle, because I am not seeing Kyle. Where is he?
Just because we're biotics doesn't mean we don't deserve to be treated fairly.
I think the quest... I think it's broken.
The Alliance sent assassins to kill Father Kyle, but we stopped them.
Okay, where's Major Kyle? Hold on, I think we've encountered a bug and we've barely gotten started. Suspect Father Kyle. Oh. Oh, I see. Alright, so turns out that one round bunker thing that we saw out there that we couldn't enter was where we were supposed to go, and I wasn't. Kind of potato brain that one. Alright, well. Was there something up there I didn't loot? I didn't want to loot things in case they got mad. Oh boy. Good start, good start. What's the point of all these assholes being in here, then? Now it's just aid stations up here. That way. Okay, there's a container that normally would be lootable, but that one is not. I think Ashley got stuck. You get stuck, Ashley? What you doing down there, Ashley? Ashley? Okay, I think this place is clear. Alright. Sorry for bothering you people. I'm not very smart. A thing. H&K Shadowworks armor. Okay, last time we got armor that from one of these hidden manufacturers, we got this thing. Hang on a minute. And we only got one person who can wear heavy armor. Yo, Ashley, check this thing out. What is this? Oh, nice. It's got the same, like, pauldron thing going on. Nice. And we got something better for... kind of. You don't have any armor? Like, things? I didn't go through all their stuff, did I? There you go, looking good. Alright, let's go to where we're actually supposed to be. Yeah, I see the lights on. Far end of the compound.
Got it.
And that was supposed to lead me over here. When you only give me one way to enter and you tell me far into the compound, I'm gonna think that's the compound and I should get to the back of it because I know there are rooms back there. Friggin' chicken. Alright, where are we going?
Just because we're biotics doesn't mean we don't deserve to be treated fairly.
I think I can open this one from right here. Yes, I can.
I am Major Kyle. I know why you've come. We have no quarrel with you. Why can't you just leave us alone?
What happened to those other Alliance officers? The ones who came before me?
They wanted to take me away from here. They wanted me to abandon this place, turn my back on my family. They spoke blasphemy. I did what I could to make their end quick and painless. I had no other choice. It was necessary to protect my children.
Nose. I don't know if it's just the shadows, but his nose looks massive.
The Alliance sent me to bring you in, Major. Can't you see this has gotten out of hand? Don't you understand you're endangering your followers?
I respect that you have come under a banner of peace, but I cannot do as you ask. If you take away their father, my children will be helpless.
You ordered your followers to kill those Alliance investigators. You must face the consequences of your actions. Do you really want your children to suffer for your sins too?
No, this was my fault. My children are innocent, pure. Please, I never meant for this to happen. I'm sorry.
You're doing the right thing, Major. Your children will be better off for it. Come on.
Wait, if my children see you taking me away, they won't understand. They will attack and you will be forced to kill them all. You have shown me the error of my ways, Commander. Now you must give me time to explain it to them. It is the only way they will understand. Please, give me 1 hour. After that, I will meet the Alliance authorities at the gates of my compound and surrender without violence. I give you my word.
I'm going to trust you. If you betray that trust, you and all your children will suffer.
I will not betray you, Commander. Thank you for this.
Joker can have the 5th Fleet pick Major Kyle up. I just hope you know what you're doing, Commander.
I always know what I'm doing. You should return to Normandy and notify the Alliance of Kyle's surrender. Want to dispatch ship, take him into custody. See? What did I say? Master wordsmith.
Father Kyle says other humans...
Those other men from the Alliance tried to kill Father Kyle.
You won't have to worry about that. Kyle's gonna take himself away. Now it's time to loot the place and be gone. Going to that thought I had earlier, if I was the sort of person who made mods, I would probably try to make mods that would make these areas look more like somewhere people would actually want to live. Like, again, they got some tables, and they got their, like, super science cots or whatever, but come on, get a TV, get some board games. Like, where do they cook their food? Where do they shit? There's no bathroom. Try to spruce these places up and make them look like somebody could actually live here. You know what's one of these crates is like basically a porta potty. That's probably what it is. That's probably everything. I already cleared out the other place, so we drive around the other corner and we're out of here.
On my way.
Guess that's a probe. Looks like something just got torn off a wall. There's two things on the right. Ah, fuck. Woo. That slide. Here. Oh, God. I never should have come here. Oh. No. Ancient debris in a wrecked mining vehicle. Digging under the beacon revealed a piece of scrap metal, likely from a very old freighter, marked on one side with the Macedon outpost insignia. Korean War stuff. The front of the rover is crumpled in from impact. A glance inside tells you the occupants, probably a team of illegal wildcat miners, are dead. Debris is still sliding down the furrows left by its tires. Silence in the near vacuum atmosphere. Usually when you find something, like there's something you can loot from it or some kind of... Maybe there was something in there that we got and I just have to look at equipment. There wasn't. You don't normally find something in this game and it's just like, oh, here's a thing and a little blurb about like, this is what it is. Keep pressing tab to open the map. That's not how that works. Problem is that I'm playing Star Sector I'm not streaming that, but that in that game you open the map, and you open the map a lot in that game. You need to if you want to know where you're going, and you want to make sure you don't run out of fuel on the way there or back. Right, I think that question mark we're seeing on the right in the radar is where the worm was. Woo! Man, after going through all that and seeing a nice flat stretch of ground, it's quite nice. Yeah, I think we know what that was. We could... Yeah, that's definitely what that was. We can probably leave, but damn my stern desire to double check and make absolutely sure. Now, assuming we can get up here. If we can't, screw it. We know what's over there. We were just over there. Back to the Normandy. Normandy.
Message coming in.
Gee, I wonder who it could be.
Admiral Hackett here, Commander. Your helmsman just forwarded your report on Major Kyle. We sent in a team as you instructed. Kyle's followers have disbanded, and the Major surrendered to us without incident. We'll make sure he gets the help he needs. To be honest, Shepard, I thought this thing was going to end in a bloodbath. I don't know how you did it, but you saved a lot of lives. Congratulations.
Well, you see, it's very simple, Admiral. Basically, I just said, hey, you did a bad thing, you gotta go be responsible for the bad thing, or everyone's going to die. And that turned out, just saying that tended to work out pretty well. I tell people like it is. Glendagan is an arid terrestrial, slightly larger than Earth, but with a lower density that reflects its relative lack of heavier elements. The crust is composed of tin and aluminum, with wide deserts of dust-fine sand that are easily stirred by the wind. Glendagan's most striking feature is, of course, the Great Rift Valley that stretches across the southern hemisphere. What is most fascinating about the rift is that it does not appear to be natural. Geological record suggests it is a result of a glancing blow by a mass accelerator round of unimaginable destructive power. It occurred some 37 million years ago. Okay, then I haven't seen that somewhere else. I see it from this game. Just like, huh. Scanning the asteroid field in the Hawking Eta cluster, large deposits of palladium. Very nice. Canctra. A terrestrial world of average size, Canctra's atmosphere is composed of nitrogen and argon. The frozen surface is mainly composed of tin with deposits of calcium. Aside from spectacular formations of water ice at the poles, the planet has little to recommend it. Found a significant deposit of cobalt. Tharopto. Almost read that as tropical instead of typical. This typical hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sulfur in its atmosphere. Sounds delightful. It has over 1,000 moons and an extensive ring system composed of pulverized rock, presumably the debris from shattered moons. While scanning the planet, you discovered a tiny moon with some odd readings. Further scans by Chief Engineer Adams revealed a destroyed escape pod. The salvage team recovered the components and found a League of One medallion. Amahera has a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and xenon. Surface is icy and composed of sodium oxide with deposits of calcium. Contains a few unremarkable metals, mainly consists of rock. The presence of canyons and floodplains indicate that liquid water once existed, suggesting Tamahera had a thicker insulating atmosphere in the past. Nice. Nothing else in Hawking Ada. Kepler Verge looks nice.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
I've received some troubling information, Commander. We need your help.
Don't you always?
Someone is killing former Alliance scientists. There have been 4 deaths in the past month.
Former scientists? Sounds like someone has a project they'd like to keep secret.
All 4 scientists worked on a classified project on Akuz. There was a brutal massacre there years ago. An entire unit was killed by Thresher Maws. It was classified as a natural hazard, but the project dates coincide with the attacks.
Yeah, this would be a lot more personal for us if we chose a particular background.
That can't be a coincidence.
There was one other scientist on the project, Dr. Wayne.
Wayne?
I'm transmitting his last known coordinates. Good luck. 5th Fleet out.
I can't believe Wayne Hylix is in the game. Well, let's start out, work our way in. Desmos. Desmos is an ice dwarf world. Its surface composed almost entirely of frozen water. Normally a planetoid this small would not rate inclusion on the system's charts, but Desmos' unusually large and beautiful ring of ice crystals has made it a popular subject for visual artists. The ring is the result of a glancing equatorial impact, which left a large trench, and threw a great deal of melted water into the atmosphere. The rings are a temporary feature that will completely decay in a few thousand years. Looks beautiful. Junkro. Junkro is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of chlorine and sodium in its upper atmosphere. Like Uranus in the Sol system, it is tipped on its side. Much like Uranus. Its north pole facing the star Newton. Large concentration of hydrogen and the hydrogen-helium gas giant. Stop the presses. We found hydrogen on the hydrogen-helium gas giant. Somebody alert every scientist in the galaxy. This is a discovery of a lifetime. Oh, there's a marker on that planet now. Was that always there and I just sort of glanced over it? Glencory is a rock and ice planet with an atmosphere composed of chlorine and argon. The frozen surface is mainly composed of potassium and with deposits of iron. Glencory is famously claimed by the eccentric Volus billionaire Kuman Scholl. Claims that a vision of a higher being told him to seek on Glencory the lost crypts of beings of light. These entities were supposedly created at the dawn of time to protect organic life from synthetic machine devil. Scholl has been excavating on Glencory's toxic surface for 2 decades at great expense. No government has valued the world enough to evict his small army of mercenaries. Sounds like somebody else has gotten the beacon visions. Too bad this wasn't like a side quest. It's like, hey, that sounds like something that sounds like what I saw. Maybe we could talk to him. Beings of light. That sounds fucking rad. This is just side flavor text and we don't get to look into it further. That sucks. Ontaram. Though Ontaram's surface is uncomfortably hot, its nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere and abundant shallow seas make it an ideal candidate for habitation by most known species. Unfortunately, the orbit of the moon Thonal has been slowly decaying since the system coalesced. Proximity is beginning to have tidal effects, and its dynamo-like revolution through Ontaram's magnetic field is generating increasingly powerful electrical storms. While some have suggested emplacement of Mass Effect drives in an attempt to lighten the moon and correct its orbit, the scale of such a project, tens of thousands of drives, consisting enough to bankrupt the governments of all the citadel races, make it a pipe dream. Multiracial effort is underway to catalog and preserve the unique genetic diversity of Ontarum's vibrant young biosphere. Exogeny Corp, the Exogeny Corp and Heion Genomics represent the Alliance's share of the effort. That might be of our interest to Liara. And that gives us a balanced squad loadout. We're hunting killers, and she gets to go see maybe do a science. Seems like a nice planet for it. Was this the planet with the fucking, like, alien dog that steals your credits? Holy shit, grass. Whoops. Holy shit, we're actually on a nice planet. Which is a rare thing to say in Star Sector. You don't get to land on planets, but if you don't know the game, you basically explore through space, and so often you'll see a planet and you'll think, ooh, I bet that's a good planet. And then you go there and it's like, yeah, no, sorry, high gravity, also all this other nasty shit, also no resources, and it's just like, yeah, never mind. My current game, I've only found one world with the habitable trait that doesn't have high gravity. High gravity is a fucking plague in that game. I think this is the world with the dog that steals your credits. I could be wrong, but I remember it being a nice world with lots of mountainy places. Let's get up on this ridge if we can. See? Resources. Resources. This is them. This is them. There's one of them that's called Suspicious. Hang on a minute. I'll remember. One of the few times you find peaceful I almost said sentient, that would have been weird. It's got like the head of a tapir. They can kind of float a little bit.
Rally round.
Yeah, I remember this critter. Like, it's one that's... It's like off on its own. You'll find a lone one, and I think it's even titled as being suspicious. It's like a weird thing that just starts siphoning your money. It wasn't in the group, though. Wait, is that the guy? There's just one on his own. Or maybe he was from up there and he just slid down the hill and he can't get back up. I don't know.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
I am well outside of the red zone, Joker. Also, there's a mountain in my way. So I don't want to hear it. Oh my god, it's so flat up here. Also, the star, isn't this planet like pretty close to the star? Doesn't look like it's that close. I don't think my shots are going over there, but I'm pretty sure I can see people. Damn, those things fall apart. Listen, if we could kill them, that means they were bad. Everyone knows that if you're not bad, the good guy can't kill you. Woohoo! Palladium. Got some dead man. AI's intelligence and assault tactics are incredible.
You must die.
All right, I have the cryo rounds. That's fucked up. Anyone take any damage? I feel like in the bum rush, they should have been able to hurt us a little bit. Not necessarily complaining, but what the heck? It has been so long that I seriously don't remember if this is what the AI was always like, but they just touched up the game, right? Like, hardly anything is different. They wouldn't have fucked with the code. Great. It's fucking spooky, crack. I don't know why it captures my attention so much. It just feels almost out of place. Else hiding back here? Isn't this the mission where we first hear about Cerberus in this game? Want to say yeah. Can't go in there. That one's blocked off. I was just thinking about how much I gave Dragon Age 2 shit for constantly reusing areas, but I don't think I ever gave that much shit to this game for using the same prefabs over and over again.
Stay back! I've got no grief with you. All I want is this bastard.
Please! He's a madman! Mr. Toombs, you're insane! You need help!
It's Corporal! Corporal Toombs! You don't get to lie! Not today! Today it all comes out!
What are you talking about? Why do you want to kill this man?
Want? What I want is my life back. I want to go to sleep without screaming in my dreams. I want the people who sent me to Akuz brought to justice.
Can't you see that Toombs is crazy? Shoot him!
Nice draw.
But if I can't get that, I'll have to settle for killing the men who took my life away.
What did the doctor do to you, Corporal?
We were on Akuz. When the Thresher Maws hit, my entire unit was wiped out. The Thresher Maws, the scientists were studying them. They let them hit our unit just to watch. I woke up in a holding cell. The scientists were delighted I'd survived. Now they had someone to run tests on.
What kind of tests are we talking about?
You can't believe Toombs. He doesn't have any proof. I demand a fair trial.
Ever had Thresher Maw acid in your veins? I have. They wanted to see what it would do. They're part of some organization, Cerberus, that runs secret tests
there
like
it is.
this. They treated me like a lab animal. This is justice. This man deserves to die. So, are you going to kill me or not?
Did I say before coming in here, I want to pick the middle option, but I don't know if that's like a finisher, because it's like you got these two on the left.
You're better than this, Toombs. You're not like them.
Don't tell me what I am! Nobody knows who I am! Those bastards took it all away. They ran their tests until I screamed, until I cried. I couldn't remember my own name half the time. I should be dead, like my unit. I'm nothing. Why am I too good to murder him?
Because you want to see him squirm on trial as all his ugly deeds come out.
Hadn't thought of it like that. Okay. I'm no murderer. They couldn't make me one. Just as long as he goes to trial. Maybe the screaming will stop now. I don't know.
Those bastards can't hurt you anymore. Joker, tell the 5th Fleet we need a ship for pickup.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Doom stares morosely at the floor, lost in his memory. Give the scientist a shove towards the door. Mission is complete. The Alliance courts will take it from here. Oh, and we just get yeeted out of the bunker. Couldn't see the little pop-ups. Oh well. I figured I might have gotten some Renegade points for how I decided to put that. Take advantage. Okay. Vector training. Hang on a minute. Was there nothing else in that end room? If they yeeted me out, surely there wasn't, but... Come on. I know it was very nice of them to offer me a quick way out, but... Hold on, I wanted to... I didn't get to check the room. I want all the loot. Give it all to me. There's nothing really in here. Some sleeper pods. Yeah, okay. I guess you could have easily assumed that, but they know what you know what they say about assuming ass. Doesn't taste good. That's what they say. Someone's getting stuck. Liara, what are you doing back there? Liara's just got a little bit of a jiggle going on. Not jiggle physics, just a jiggle. Yeah, I was right in my memory. That is the first time we hear about Cerberus.
Ready.
There's that thing, that anomaly there that we didn't check out. And nothing going on back here. What kind of bugs down there? What the hell? Beetles. Are they bad beetles? We're gonna get a Turian insignia off for this one, no doubt. It's unclear what happened to this woman. Oh, it's a Turian woman. She had an ancient paper book with the Bostra Outpost insignia printed on the cover. Huh. I thought they said that we never saw any Turian women in these earlier games. These... I don't like these guys. Something about like these types of beetles that I don't like the look of. But you know what? If they're not hostile, I won't bother them. All right, we got stuff back. We didn't find the suspicious animal. Was that this planet, or was that a... You find one of those guys, but it's on a different planet, and it's just a single one. Woo! Okay, I think we are good.
Message coming in.
Alright, let's hear it.
Patching it through.
I reviewed your report on the situation, Commander. I'm glad to see you were able to take Dr. Wayne in alive. Now we can put him on trial and get some answers. Corporal Toombs seems to have found some closure, and hopefully with therapy, he'll have a normal life again someday. Thank you again for your assistance, Commander. Fifth Fleet out.
And assuming the Cerberus doesn't scoop the guy up.
Message coming in from the brass at Arcturus.
Yep.
Patching it through.
Haven't even gotten to the system yet.
Normandy? Admiral Hackett here. We're getting reports of a marked increase in Geth activity in the Skyllian Verge. Surveillance drones have identified Geth outposts on 4 different planets in the Armstrong cluster. We need someone to take them out.
We have any idea what they're after?
Hard to say. They may be just gathering intel on us. Or maybe they're setting up staging grounds for hit-and-run attacks on human colonies.
It could be the first wave of an invasion.
Let's hope not. We need someone to investigate this, Shepard. Finding Saren is still your top priority, but you've got experience fighting the Geth. You're the logical choice to take out these outposts. We're transmitting all the locations of known Geth outposts in the Armstrong cluster to the Normandy now. Admiral Hackett out.
So 4 planets we have to land on in this cluster. If I remember right, this quest with the Geth was like one of the only side quests that invokes a conversation, like one of the only ones that invokes a conversation with the party member, and that we can give some data to Tali. Geez, 4 more planets to land on, and there's still other places to visit. Yeah, I don't think we're getting to the plot today. Unless I go for a long stream, which I'm not sure if I'm gonna do. Almos. Almos is hydrogen helium gas giant with traces of sodium darkening its atmosphere. Nice. Regal. Regal is an enormous terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and ethane. Its surface is mainly composed of sulfur and deposits of aluminium. No landing has ever been attempted. Well, why not, cowards? While scanning the planet Pregal, you discovered several marker buoys orbiting it. Chief Engineer Adams secured some high-res optical images of the buoys, which appear to have been neglected for some time. Each one was marked with the Baetica colony insignia. Maji. Ooh. Striking. Maji orbits the Vamshi binary giant stars. Vamshi A is a blue star of spectral class A4111, which burns at half again the temperature of Sol. Vamshi B is an aging red giant of class M5111, over 220 times the size of Sol. Maji has a thin atmosphere of methane and carbon monoxide. The difference in temperature between the hemisphere facing the suns and that facing deep space causes constant wind, stirring the silica and sodium dust of the surface. The savory characters from the Terminus systems occasionally use Maji for forms of cruel sport, dumping slaves, hostages, quarreling shipmates, and even, bored, vicious animals on the surface. One must kill the other before they will be rescued from the lethal radiation of the giant stars. So they were playing PUBG out here? I'm sure the Geth have ruined their sport. Well, if we're going up against Geth, we bring our resident Geth expert. And it sounds like a harsh planet. We're bringing Rex. Despite how harsh this planet is, it's got some grass on it. Kind of silly for them to be using slow-firing rockets in their turrets when you have much quicker and instant gratification sort of weaponry. Hell yeah.
Three more of these outposts left to clear out? This should be fun.
You just sat in the car the whole time. You thought that was fun?
You lead. I'll follow.
I don't suppose we picked up any new ammo for her yet. We have yet to find any Quarian armor. Yeah, Quarian armor is proving to be an elusive acquisition. Level. There we go. She is almost a master hacker. Now check out the rest of the planet. Magnesium. Does anyone have a match? There's an anomaly in a debris field. That's all we know about. And nothing back here. Flavor of rock is this beryllium. Raining? I could have swore I saw something that looked like raindrops. Also, I like how there's just a wind effect surrounding the camera. probe. Then there's an anomaly. We basically started at about this level on the other side of the map, so we can get to the other side and then just call it out. Also, something I realized while after the previous stream that I did, was that I hadn't been getting any achievements, which normally I wouldn't make a big deal about. I don't care that much about achievements. However, when the achievements unlock things in the game, then it becomes a bit of a, like, okay, what the fuck kind of moment. And I don't know if it's just because of this new EA Play Origin 2.0 bullshit that broke something. I saw people saying that. Or what, but ooh, a skull. Hold that thought, we found a skull. This massive skull is scored by deflected mass accelerator shots. Xenobiology files in your hard suit computer can't identify the species. It's been brought here from an unknown. Neat. Anyway, what was I saying? I immediately lost my train of thought. Right, achievements. Like, they unlock things in this game. Like, I don't know so much about the other two, but in this one, like, if you get certain achievements, that unlocks abilities you can use when you make a new character. Among other things. Like, if you get a certain amount of money, then... They left a little computer out here. The strange-looking sensor has some ancient graffiti scribbled on it. Appears to be marked with the Edessan colony insignia. For that reason, I didn't shut off EA Play this time when I started the game, just to see if maybe something might unlock. Like, maybe it would catch any that I might have done retroactively. Otherwise, a friend of mine told me that there's apparently a program you can use to manually tick off achievements in Steam. So, you know, there's an option there, but, you know, something's busted. I'm just gonna go ahead and blame Origin. That seems like a safe bet. Something shitty going on with an EA game regarding accounts and shit, it's Origin's fault. It's EA's fault. Even if it somehow turns out that it's not their fault, I'm still gonna blame them out of reflex. Travel up a little bit, and we'll head out. Ah. I mean, we have 3 more of these planets in the same system to go visit, not to mention other planets that we gotta visit, so we're probably not gonna hit them all this stream. Again, though, it depends. I might need to check Discord and see if people might need me for something. It's the weekend. I expect people to want to do things. But it also looked really quiet today, so that's why I figured I'd play some. Okay, yeah, we're good. Back to Normandy. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm probably wrong, but I'm gonna go... Tally doesn't have anything to say about this mission until after you're done and you've got all the data, yeah? Quickly. Oh, the game pauses when I'm looking at that. I just wanted to check to see if somebody was doing a thing. Nope, they're all busy with other stuff. Okay.
Shepard, I'm glad you're here.
No, she does have something to say. Hold on.
Good to see you smiling again, so to speak.
I'm sleeping much better now. I guess I'm getting used to how quiet your ship is. I still think a lot about my pilgrimage, though. I know Theron's our top priority, but with all the worlds we go to, I was hoping to find something to bring back to the flotilla.
We've still got a long way to go. You'll find something to take back.
Yes, but it cannot just be some derelict ship my people can use for salvage. It has to be more than that. There's a lot expected of me.
What's so special about you?
It's my father. He's the senior member of the Admiralty Board. He's one of only 5 people who can overrule the decisions of the Conclave for the good of the migrant fleet. My father is responsible for the lives of 17 million people. Our entire race is in his hands, and I'm his only child.
I'm responsible for trillions. Man, he could be a real asshole in these games.
So are you some kind of heir to the Quarian throne or something?
That's the dumbest thing you could have said.
That way. My father's position isn't hereditary.
You could say some dumb things in this game too.
Admiralty Board myself. Officially, I'm just the same as any other citizen, but it doesn't work that way in practice. People have always treated me differently because of who my father is.
You must get all kinds of special privileges.
I probably had it easier than most growing up, but it's not all good. People like my father have enemies, and they're not above using me to get to him.
It must be tough on you.
My people place a high value on family and ancestry. There's an unspoken expectation that I'll live up to my father's example. Everyone's waiting for me to do something great on my pilgrimage, something that will forever change our lives for the better. If I don't, it's like I failed, and that reflects badly on both me and my father.
What if we save the galaxy?
The work you're doing here is more important than anything any Quarian has ever done before.
Yes, I know. But you have to understand Quarian culture. We're a very insular society. The events beyond the flotilla don't much matter to the average citizen. Our greatest dream is that one day we'll return to our homeworld and drive out the Geth. But even if we stop Saren, that's not going to happen. There's still millions of Geth behind the veil. Until they're gone, our exile will continue.
What would you need to bring back to make everyone happy?
Something that would help us better understand the Geth. They've changed significantly since the exile. They've continued to evolve. We've done our best to study them, but it's not easy. They're very reclusive. Until recently, they never went beyond the borders of the Veil. And all the Geth we run into now are under Saren's control. We'd need to find Geth operating on their own, independently. But I don't want this to get in the way of our mission, Shepard. First, we stop Saren. Then I'll worry about my own problems.
Do we need to talk to her about this before we start the mission? Do we figure that out later? I forget exactly how this one works.
What was your father like?
It wasn't easy growing up as the daughter of one of the Admiralty. Even before he joined the board, he was a prominent figure. People looked to him for leadership. He had to set an example, and he expected the same of his daughter. Plus, he was pretty strict, a military man through and through. He never allowed me to settle for anything less than excellence. As a kid, I sometimes felt like he was pushing me too hard. But now I'm old enough to appreciate what he taught me. The world doesn't owe us anything. If we want something in life, we have to earn it.
Where was your mother in all this?
Mother was around, but she always seemed to kind of blend into the background. Almost like she was overshadowed by my father. He tends to do that to people. She passed on about 5 years ago. Some airborne virus that swept through the fleet. Happens sometimes when the filters start to break down. I think my father took it pretty hard. After she was gone, he became even more focused on his work. I think that was his way of dealing with the grief.
Sounds like a tough upbringing. You don't resent your father at all?
Like I said, it wasn't easy. My father's not the kind of person you bond with, and he wasn't around all that much. Too busy. People counted on him, and he took his duties seriously. Even when he was around, he always seemed a bit distant, like his mind was always somewhere else. Come to think of it, I can't ever remember seeing him smile. Not once. It's like he was always weighed down by all that responsibility.
Go figure.
I mean, I know he cares about me, but he never really showed it, not in the usual way. I guess the best thing I can say about my father is that I respect him.
I want to talk about something
Like
else.
what?
I should go.
See you later.
Anyone else have anything new to say? Let's chat people up. Garrus.
Commander, good to see you.
You've been with CSEC a while. Have you seen much action?
Well, not as much as you, but yeah, I've seen some interesting things.
I'll bet you have. Anything in particular that stands out?
I remember this Solarian geneticist I was sent to investigate. That case was a bit disturbing.
What happened? Why were you investigating them?
I was tasked with tracking black market trade on the Citadel. Most of it harmless, nothing I needed to pursue. But during the course of my investigation, I noticed an increase in the trade of body parts, organs mostly. We usually get a few of those, but not the numbers I was seeing. We weren't sure if there was a new black market lab or if some freak was harvesting organs from citizens.
You've seen this before on the Citadel?
Every so often, some lab sells unwanted parts through the black market, but they're not as bad as the psychos. I remember this one Elcor diplomat we caught in my first year on the job. He was hacking people up and selling their organs, had the station in a bit of a panic. But this case wasn't that clear-cut. Turns out there was more going on than we first realized.
I feel like everyone would have been caught off guard by that, like an Elcor serial murderer. Firstly, they seem pretty slow, and then there's the way that they speak. Like, I'm having difficulty picturing it exactly.
So how did you figure out what was happening?
First, we got a hold of a sample and ran DNA tests. The weird thing was, the match led us to a Turian who was still alive and was very convinced he'd never lost his liver. After a bit of digging, I discovered this Turian worked briefly for Dr. Salion, the geneticist. So I went to his lab hoping to find evidence of cloned organ development, but there was nothing. No Solarian hearts, no Turian livers, not one Krogan testicle.
You're kidding, right? Why would anyone want Krogan testicles?
Some Krogan believe that testicle transplants can increase their virility, counteract the effects of the genophage. It doesn't work, but that doesn't stop them from buying. They'll pay up to 10,000 credits each. That's 40,000 for a full set. Somebody's making a killing out there.
Yeah, the Krogan testicle market's really taken off.
What did you do about the geneticist?
I brought in some of his employees for interrogation, to see if I could get them to talk. While I was interviewing one of them, I came across something suspicious.
You mean threatened? Was that really necessary?
Maybe, maybe not. Either way, it paid off. One of my detainees started bleeding profusely during the interview. We offered to patch him up, and he got frantic, freaked out. I ordered a full exam to find out what was going on. Our medics found incisions all over his body, some of them fresh. That was our big break. These people weren't just Dr. Salion's employees. They were test tubes, walking, living test tubes.
He was growing parts inside these people?
Exactly. He cloned their organs right inside their own bodies, then he harvested them and sold them off. Most of the victims were poor. He'd pay them each a small percentage of the sales, but only if the organs were good. Sometimes an organ wouldn't grow properly, so he'd just leave it in them. Most of them were a mess, but only on the inside, hidden so nobody could see it.
Fucked up. Genius, but fucked up.
I hope he got what he deserved.
That's the worst part. We never caught him.
Why not? What the hell happened?
He ran, blew his lab, grabbed some of his employees, and headed for the nearest space dock. By the time I found out, his ship was already leaving. He threatened to kill his hostages if we tried to stop him.
But you went after him anyway, right?
I ordered Citadel Defense to shoot him down, but CSEC headquarters countermanded my order. They were worried about the hostages, worried about civilian casualties if the ship was destroyed so close to the Citadel. I told them those hostages were dead anyway. We just used them to make more organs, but they wouldn't listen.
Well, it's not worth the risk. You pursue the vessel and disable it. That's the best choice.
They sent the military after him, but he got away just the same. Yes, they did. I went to Palin and told him what I thought of him and his policies. He said if I didn't like it, I could quit. Well, I almost did. All they had to do was disable that ship, stop him from running. Maybe the hostages die, maybe they don't, but at least we stopped the bastard responsible for it all.
If you don't care about the fate of those hostages, then you're no better than he is. You're just a terrorist with a badge.
Yeah, maybe you're right. It doesn't make it any easier, but I see your point. Just wish I could have stopped him. That's all.
Sounds like the start of a side quest.
Do you have any idea what happened to Dr. Salion?
I sent out feelers from time to time, hoping to find something. I thought I'd found him a while back. He changed ships and changed his name to Dr. Hart, his idea of a joke, I guess. I told the military, but they weren't convinced it was him. I got the transponder frequency for his new ship, but I just can't get anyone to check it out.
I'll check out the coordinates when I get a chance.
I was hoping you'd say that. But Commander, take me with you when you go. If it's Salion, I want to be there when you find him.
You got it, man. We'll track that fucker down.
What do you want, Shepard?
Why did you become a mercenary?
Lots of reasons.
Such as?
Such as, I needed to get out of our system. I needed to eat. I needed to survive.
Why not stay and help your people?
I tried to help. That's why I had to leave.
What happened?
I was betrayed. I was head of a small tribe. We were trying to restore order after the war, but the other tribes were against us. They followed Jared, one of the few warlords who survived the war with the Turians. But he was old, and so were his ideas. He wanted to continue the war. He wanted us to fight. Turians, Solarians, each other. It didn't matter who, as long as we were fighting.
What did you want?
I just wanted Jared to shut up, to stop his ranting. I wanted him to stop leading the tribes astray. But he couldn't understand how much things had changed. We didn't have the numbers to go to war. Even if we did, the genophage made sure we couldn't replenish our numbers fast enough. I told them all to forget about war. We needed to focus on breeding, at least for one generation. And for a while, we were getting through. Some of the tribes started coming around.
You think more people would be on board? Just like, hey, how about we stop fighting and just fuck for a while? I think more people would be on board with that, but we're not talking about humans here. We got a different mentality.
I take it the warlord didn't appreciate that.
No, he didn't. He arranged a crush with the tribes. A meeting on neutral ground. He wanted to talk. We met at the Hollows, near the graves of our ancestors. The skulls of our dead laid bare to remind us where we come from, and where we all go. It's as sacred as any Krogan place can be. Violence is forbidden.
It sounds like a trap to me. You must have suspected as much.
I did. But when your father invites you to a crush, well, there are some laws that even we hold sacred.
Jared was your father?
He was. Until that day. We talked, but we didn't get anywhere. When it was clear that I wouldn't join him,
he gave the signal. His men leapt from the graves of our ancestors like Krogan undead. The few that were loyal to me died quickly. I escaped with my life, but not before I sank my dagger deep into my father's chest. That is why I left, and that's why I'll never go back.
Well. Don't say that too soon, buddy.
You must have family other than your father. Don't you miss them?
You trying to make me cry, Shepard?
Maybe.
I've got some unfinished business with my family, but that's all.
What kind of business?
Before I left, I made an oath to my father's father. I swore to recover my family's battle armor. It was taken from him after the uprising.
What's so important about this armor?
It's a relic. Useless, really. But it was worn by 5 generations of my family before the war. It's rightfully mine. Originally, it was taken by the Turian military. We weren't allowed armor or weapons after the war. Now, it's in the hands of Taun Actus, a Turian scum who collects relics from the war. He's made millions selling Krogan artifacts that were stolen from my people. He's got several bases where he stores his goods, all fortified and guarded. I just don't know which base has my family's armor.
The armor, he says the armor's rightfully his, but if he was born before the war, before the Genophage, then that means he'd probably have, like, hundreds, if not maybe thousands of siblings. Assuming any of them are alive, wouldn't the armor belong to them just as well?
Just tell me where to start looking.
I'll upload the data to your nav system. But Commander, I want to be there when you find him.
So long, Rex.
Shepard.
Wonder if it's because of our level. Like, we leveled to a point where we talk people. I thought we unlocked more stuff like this after doing more quests. Like, I talked to everybody after the mission where we picked up Liara.
Oh, before I go, you said you're serving with Commander Shepard now? We saw him on the news here. He's cute. Later, sis.
Tell me you didn't hear that.
Afraid I did.
Oh, shoot me now.
Okay, which you want, the pistol or the shotgun?
One of my sisters. That's Sarah, the youngest. Surprised to see you here, sir. Thought you'd be chatting up, what's her name? T'Soni?
I barely even talked to T'Soni, and she's just so snappy.
Liara, why would you think that?
Scuttlebutt says you got a bit of a thing for her. I could understand why. The crew's off limits with the regs against fraternization. And at least she looks like a woman.
You think I'm interested in Liara because she's the only one I'm allowed to date?
So you are interested in her?
I'm not.
Of course, it could be politics. Alien diplomat's daughter, us under orders to make nice with the bug-eyed monsters. What's up? You didn't come by to eavesdrop on Family Mail.
No, I also didn't come by to hear you be jealous.
Your family seems to be important to you.
Yeah, we've always been close. Me and my sisters especially. With Dad on duty so much, I had to help Mom raise them.
You have more than one sister? Sounds like a big family.
Yeah, I'm the oldest, then Abby, then Lynn. Sarah's the youngest. She's still in high school. With 4 girls, Dad used to say he felt more outnumbered at home than on maneuvers.
Did your father serve with the fleet?
Yeah, took any crap posting he could get that offered space time. You know what? He worked his ass off trying to get recognized, but he never made it above serviceman 3rd class. He was real proud when I met Chief. First thing he did was salute.
What about your mother? You haven't mentioned her.
You must know what military wives are like. Strong because they have to be, able to raise kids while Dad's away on a 6-month cruise. She has a degree in planetary geology.
I know that.
She and Dad both wanted to see new worlds. She gave up her career to raise us, though.
Yeah, I remember when Dad would be gone for 6 months at a time. At least I get to hear a cool story about places he'd been to every once in a while. He retired ages ago, though.
Where did you grow up?
All over. Same as you expect. We transferred a half a dozen times before I finished grade school. You go where personnel command sends you, right? I guess that's why I'm so tight with my sisters. We'd have to leave all our friends every 2 or 3 years.
I was an only child, but I get the idea. At least one of my parents was always on duty.
Yeah, military families, eh? With schedules like that, it's a wonder we ever have kids anymore. Things were tense between Sarah and me for a while. Then we bonded.
Sounds like a story. Feel like sharing?
Sarah got herself a boyfriend who wanted to go faster than she did, Mike. I didn't think he was a bad kid, just pushy. Lynn would send me these worried vid mails, and I'd tell her to relax.
Where were you when this was going on?
I was on active duty. Sarah's graduating high school this year. This was only a couple of years back. They were on Amaterasu. At the time, I was assigned to Chernobog. Same cluster, but a dozen Hellwire away. Close enough to talk regularly, too far to make it back in an emergency. I couldn't afford a fast packet flight.
If he really liked her, he wouldn't be pushy.
Yeah, of course. If he didn't ask at all, I'd wonder if he thought Sarah was ugly. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Mike thought they'd go for a romantic walk in the woods, 'cause he figured it was past time they did the deed. She levered Mike face first into a tree and left. Didn't have a scratch on her. Good thing Mom and Dad had us all learn some kind of self-defense. I took emergency leave and walked Sarah to school for a few days.
You said all of your sisters learned self-defense?
Lynn did pistol practice, but didn't like it. She's kind of nervous. Sarah took Aikido.
Yo, I did
Abby
Aikido.
decided to learn the
That's good
sword.
stuff.
She always was a little weird. Likes big skirts and tops you have to tie her into. They do great things to her figure, though.
Aikido was good stuff. I had a cool place to learn, too.
So, what did you learn?
One of Dad's friends taught me Marine hand-to-hand.
Heck.
Why didn't you tell the police?
She said it wouldn't solve the real problem, and she and Mike would both become household names. It was a small colony. I said it was her call to make, that we should let her do it her way. Mom was pretty pissed about that.
Did anything happen while you were home?
My last day out, Mike was waiting for us. Sarah had told her friends, so everyone at school knew what he did. He wasn't happy. I wanted to snap him in half, but Sarah gave me this look, this let me handle it, I need to do this alone look. She kept her cool, God bless her, as he screamed in her face. She just let him vent. Then he tried to punch her. I swear, she just flowed around him. Next thing I knew, he's face down on the sidewalk, and there's blood everywhere.
I'm very potato brained. This was the sister who did Aikido, right? Because the flowing around him part would make a lot of sense there. Aikido's all about the flow. You gotta go with the flow.
That's unbelievable. Sarah must be as good as you.
Better. I'm more or less a straight-up puncher. When he swung, she wasn't there anymore, and he fell.
Sounds
She
familiar.
helped him stop the bleeding and had me call an ambulance. She told the paramedics he fell.
I mean, he
Before
did.
They took him to the hospital. Mike touched Sarah's arm. I thought he was gonna end up on the ground again. But he hung his head, whispered, "I'm sorry," and started crying. And she hugged him. The Williams women are a decisive bunch, Commander. We do things when we're ready. Not before, not after.
Where was your father during this? Wasn't your family stationed near him?
Dad always wanted to serve in space, but he wanted us to have real ground under our feet. He'd say, space is beautiful, but you can't raise a family there.
Not true.
I cannot rest from travel. I will drink life to the lees. All times I've enjoyed greatly, have suffered greatly, both with those that loved me and alone. For always roaming with a hungry heart, Much have I seen and known, cities of men and manners, climates, councils, governments.
Oh no, I'm out of water.
I never thought I'd hear you reciting poetry.
Just because I can drill you between the eyes at 100 meters doesn't mean I can't like sensitive stuff. Just don't spread it around. Ulysses was my dad's favorite poem. Every time he shipped out, he recorded.
I'm not gonna pretend like I knew what that was.
He had 12 versions when he retired.
Does he still like it?
I sure hope so. I read it to his grave every time I go home. Dad passed on a few years back. He's probably still watching, though. So behave.
I thought you said he was dead.
You know, from heaven, wherever that is. That's not a problem with you, is it? That I believe in God?
Eh, you do what you want.
Everyone has the right to believe what they want. Says so in the Alliance Charter. Only with fancier words.
I'm glad you're open-minded about it. I've met a few people who are really weirded out by my faith. Because I work in space, I can't believe in a higher power? Jeez. Hello, have you people looked out the window? How can you look at this galaxy and not believe in something?
I believe that people are silly.
Didn't mean to take up so much of your time.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Not sure I buy Dr. Tassini's
Alright, this
story
one. Hold
about
on.
her and her Hey, want me to ask her about her sex life? Might be illuminating. Too bad those ruins got destroyed. Looking forward to it, Skipper.
That's... I heard a weird, like, squeaky sound in my headset. That was odd. Every time something strange, I swear I hear something strange in my headset, and I think, oh, this is finally where it dies. I've been using this A40 TR for a long time now, and I'm honestly shocked that it's still going. It's a good headset. I can't really speak to audio quality. I think it sounds fine, but I know people have better ears for that stuff. But when it comes to build quality, this is good stuff. This was, I can't remember when I got it, but it was like years, like 6 years ago, maybe? I've had this headset for ages. I can't even imagine getting something new at this point. Alright, hold on. I need to recover more. Yeah, I also just had a thought while I got up. Hold on, I want to check something real quick. I just wanted to check something real fast. I bet if I want to get this information, it's in here. I want to look at. Yep, this is the information I thought. After talking to Ashley, this thought occurred to me and I wanted to check. And honestly, the metric is a little bit higher than, is a bit more, wasn't what I would expected. According to Legendary Edition gameplay statistics, as of July 27th, 2021, 60% of players saved Ashley, or 40% saved Kaiden. I guess Killian was overstating his own metrics that Kaiden's survival rate was in the negatives. But even I thought that ratio would have been lower, but I will be contributing to that 60% spoiler. Speaking of Kaiden, what up? I hear you're gonna have a long and happy life.
Anything you need, Commander?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
Well, they know about the stonewalling you've had from the Council.
They deserve to know what we're up against.
They're on your side. They're pissed about the resistance we're getting, especially from our side. I'll have a better handle on all of it when my head stops hurting. Another L2 flare-up.
Anything I can do?
No, Commander, it'll settle down. It's rough sometimes, but they spike higher than a lot of L3s. Besides, I fared a lot better than some after Kinetics was through.
I haven't heard anything about Kinetics in a while.
Yeah, they quietly disappeared. Broke up into a bunch of little corps after they botched the training on Jump Zero. After first contact, Kinetics was set up to track Element Zero exposures and develop implants for humans. Once we had an embassy on the Citadel, Kinetics could bring in experts instead of taking it slow.
The only experts would have to be aliens.
Dead on. Turians, actually. That's why Kinetics kept it a secret. They were afraid of what people back home would think, asking the Turians for help when we just fought a war with them.
The Asari would have been more acceptable than the Turians.
Yes, but the company didn't go through the Citadel. It would have made Earth look weak, so they discreetly hired some Turian mercenaries.
Is there some reason we couldn't learn it on our own?
They didn't know where to start. I mean, hell, it took a couple of years to even link Biotics and Ezo. Forget trying to get the kids to move stuff. They had trouble just helping them not break their own limbs. And their choice of teachers didn't help much.
I'm sure they meant well. Yeah, no, they didn't.
Get your knuckles wrapped a few times, Lieutenant?
Yeah, you could say that. Our instructor was a Turian by the name of Commander Vernus. A real hard-ass. He basically had a free pass to break us if it would turn out a decent biotic. Kind of spiraled from there, Commander.
Did he ever face charges for that?
He got his, yeah. But like everything else at Jump Zero, it was under the table. The less said, the better. Anyway, this is ancient stuff. I walked it off a long time ago. I should get back to my duties, Commander. We're here to make history, not rehash it.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
I mean, if you like the bookish sort. Commander?
Gotta remember that that's just gonna talk about the last actual mission and stop smacking that button. Neither of the other three officers on board ever have anything interesting to say, but since I'm in the neighborhood...
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye,
Yeah.
Commander.
Alright, well that's everybody. Back to tracking down some Geth. So we got a couple of new missions. I think after we do all this Geth hunting, We go talk to Talia. Wait, I think we do these 4, and then we unlock, like, a mother base or something, and that's where we get, like, some data we can give to her. That's what I remember. We have other things to track down. Wait, what am I doing up here? The map's back here. I would be surprised if we do anything other than these Geth hunting missions. Right, we spend a lot of time talking to people. Yeah, we already talked to... We already explored those planets. Ong. Casbin. Casbin is a classic pre-garden terrestrial world, with conditions similar to those on Earth millions of years ago. Its hot, humid atmosphere is mainly composed of nitrogen and carbon dioxide. An increasing amount of the surface is covered by simple lichen and algae. Should no unexpected calamity occur, these tiny planets will change the atmosphere. Tiny plants will change the atmosphere to an Earth-like nitrogen-oxygen mix over the next few millennia. Due to its potential for future habitability and sapient life, Casbin has been designated a sanctuary world by the Citadel Council. Landing is prohibited by law, and any disturbance of the fragile young ecosystem will result in harsh fines and imprisonment. At present, the planet is passing through the debris trail of a long comet. Also, good thing that I'm a Spectre and I'm above the law. Not necessarily assault, but we'll bring the scientists on the planet of interest. I wouldn't expect a comet to be leaving off like fireballs. Head to the corner, then head out. God. Oh. I don't think the game likes me being back here. Woohoo! Although the way there's a valley back here makes me think that we might see something. Yeah, nope. Anomalous signal, anomaly, debris. The Geth outpost isn't even on this side of the planet. Okay, yeah, we're not getting up that. Shame those like little bits of comet debris can't actually land around you. That would make things kind of cool. Like if this game was, if they actually did like a remake of the game, like visually and mechanically, they could have maybe made these planets a bit more spicy like that. But nah, just a remaster. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. The game didn't have to be remade. I'm not like one of those really greedy people that's like, yo, it's like, give it a remake. It needs a remake. It's fine. It doesn't need that. The thing we're detecting down there? I don't think it's down there. I think it's up. Yeah, see? Look at that. Beacon in the middle of nowhere. Buried under the beacon was an identification tag for Captain Thayan. There's no indication of why it was hidden here, or who buried it in the first place. It's one of them Solarian fellas. That actually damaged us a tiny bit. Now see, I will admit that driving in these particularly mountainous planets is not as enjoyable. It's a bit silly, if anything. We got hostile contacts. Woohoo! Oh God, this thing is silly. Like an additional Geth point? Remember, the Geth point we're supposed to go to is on the other side of the planet. Yep. Ah, shit. Got a bit of an issue here. Oh my god. That piece of debris is very solid. Alright, what are we gonna give Allie? Alright. She's almost master hacker. I use these computers. The Geth Array is transmitting regular data bursts on an encrypted channel using the Alliance's own FTL comm buoy. Not clear where the data is being directed, nor the content of the signal. Curious.
You lead, I'll follow.
Alright. Well, that's all the immediate stuff over here. Shit. About to head off the range.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Listen, Joker. Why don't you go outside for a little spacewalk on your little glass legs and try to climb up the side of the Normandy and tell me how easy that is? That was rude and uncalled for of me, but it adequately illustrates to me why I'm out here. Nah. Yeah. Turn around. It might be easier to just go back up to the Normandy and redeploy. Turn left. Ah. Perseverance. Ah. I have flipped the car. There were those who thought that it wasn't possible to flip the car, but I flipped the car. I am a wizard. Anyway, we made it. I keep expecting when I go out there that Joker's just gonna go crazy and try to blow me up from orbit, but that's not the kind of game that does that. I don't know what happens if you go too far out. I thought that happened during VR night the other night with people. We were in some sort of bus world. It's like a light version of like the elevator thing, you know, where you go down the elevator and it takes you to in the elevator. Every time it stops, there's some weird shit outside the door, or something weird or something strange happens. It was a very chill world. I like bus world. There are a couple of points where you can get off the bus, and we were in a city, and I walked out, like, past the buildings. Just as I cleared the buildings and I was out in empty space, I heard like somebody on a radio, like they were calling into like an AC-130, but apparently that's exactly what was happening. I thought the world was gonna blow me up, and I did explode. But that was because somebody's avatar actually called an AC-130 and they were blowing me up. It wasn't actually the world's fault. Okay, nothing going on in the corner. Put a marker in the corner for guidance. There's flat ground on there. Let's get off this stupid mountain. I wish the boost wasn't so short. I wonder if, it feels a bit unnecessary. Like, I could see that in a more combat-focused, like, vehicular game. Not, like, you wouldn't want the player to be boosting around all the time. Like, you'd use the boost more tactically, but it's not that kind of game. Here, you're exploring and trying to, like, get around the large empty space, and you might ever so rarely enter combat. If we had more boost power, getting around would be a lot nicer.
Outposts done. We're halfway there.
Dropship, get fucked up. Money have we gotten? Starting to make more credits. Yeah, you get definitely scales with time. Time and leveling. Some uranium. There's minerals inland there. Honestly, I should grab those first, then go check the corner. Not steep enough. Not to mention, if we just had a better access to our boost, we wouldn't have to hear the boost sound over and over again. It's a little grating. Shit, I think we passed it. There we go. Samarium. That's not an element I've... Samarium. Is that a real one? Samarium? Those Streamlabs highlighted at me. Samarium, chemical element with the symbol SM, atomic 62, moderately hard silvery metal that slowly oxidizes in air. The image example provided is very shiny and silvery. I like it. Yeah, I think we're basically done here. I think if there was something in the corner, we would have spotted a marker. But again, it's not always about the markers. Sometimes you find shit that ain't marked. The joys of exploration. Ah. Of course, this planet is a mountainy bitch to try to climb. Noises! I just realized when I looked over partway into that sound I was making that it wasn't being picked up by the microphone. I keep tweaking it and I feel like I keep losing sound and... Ugh. God, the geography of the mountains on this planet is fucking abysmal. Hang on a minute. Looking up a lot of stuff. I try not to do this while I'm playing, but... Yeah, we found everything. Alright, get us out of here. Next. Ah, but we didn't scan the other planets. Pomal. Pomal is an enormous terrestrial planet with a very dense atmosphere of carbon dioxide and sodium. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of sodium oxides and deposits of nickel. There is evidence that Pomal was once covered with broad, shallow seas. Should a probe ever be sent to the surface, a check for ancient fossil life might prove valuable. It's 500 Celsius, that's fucked up. For those Americans who don't know anything about metric, 500 Celsius is the equivalent of 5 inches of heat. And I'm like, more like 482 inches. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Matar is a terrestrial planet with a thick atmosphere composed of nitrogen and krypton. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of sodium oxide, with deposits of copper. Because of noxious surface gases, explorers are warned to use extreme caution. Matar lacks a magnetic field, makes it useless for discharging FTL drive cores in orbit. The energetic particles of solar wind from Hong strike the upper atmosphere directly, ionizing the krypton. This gives the planet its distinctive minty green-white hue. Scans of Matar revealed debris from a destroyed Asari freighter. Further scans uncovered a body, which was brought on board. Dr. Chakwas examined it, but learned nothing about its origins. Among the Asari's personal effects, however, was one of Matriarch Dillinaga's writings. Are these like one-of-a-kind, like, writings? Is that why they're so special? Like, nobody made copies of them? These are like, no, these are just, like, she took off, and these are just, like, things that people found and left around? I don't know. Theshaka is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. In the past, it was often used as a drive discharge point for pirates raiding human settlements from the Terminus systems. In 2178, the Alliance set up a network of covert sensing devices on Theshaka's moons. Recordings of pirate FTL vectors over the course of 6 months led the Alliance Navy to 8 major pirate anchorages. Since the Theshaka raids, no ships from the Terminus systems have been reported in the Hong system. And Traegir. Traegir is a tiny icy dwarf with trace atmosphere of xenon and krypton. The frozen surface is mainly composed of water, ice, and ammonia. Cryovolcanic processes are gradually repaving the surface with sheets of fresh ice. Positive lithium. Next up, Tereshkova. While scanning the asteroid field in the Tereshkova system, you picked up some anomalous readings. After some daring maneuvering by Joker, a small team was able to recover some debris from one of the larger rocks. The items discovered was a League of One medallion. Let's start from out and work our way in. Mewinor is the second of Tereshkova's outer worlds. It is essentially a rock of unremarkable ores with some deposits of water ice, but no minerals of value. The frozen surface is composed of silica. Like the gas giant Samarlan, it is thought that Mewinor formed too close to the Tereshkova stars and was thrown outwards by gravitational effects. Computer models suggest it will be ejected from the system in a few 100,000 years. Samarlan. Significantly removed from the rest of the system and with an unstable elliptical orbits, it is thought that it may have been formed within 3 AU of the binary stars and were hurled outward due to the instability. Samarlan is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with significant quantities of sodium in the upper atmosphere, giving it its distinct gray color. Unsalra is a small hydrogen gas giant. It has unusually large amounts of nitrogen in the upper atmosphere, which glow purple when ionized by the solar wind. Unsalra's convenience as a place to dump drive charge has left its orbit littered with debris dumped overboard by visiting crews. Patamalrus. The atmosphere is very similar to Venus in terms of pressure and temperature. Unlike Venus, however, Patamalrus's atmosphere has a significant quantity of oxygen, both free and bound in sulfur dioxides. The surface is largely composed of magnesia with deposits of carbon. It is possible, if unlikely, a simple life may be developing on Patamalrus. Computer modeling suggests that the powerful solar winds from the Tereshkova stars will blow off Patamalrus's atmosphere in a few years, lowering the temperature on the surface to -70. To the -70. We found some iridium. Also, like I say, it's a binary star system, but the solar flare makes it look like there's just one, because there is just one. I swear, was that lens flare always there? I feel like we should be seeing more stars. Thegeus is a terrestrial world with an atmosphere of chlorine and krypton. The surface is mainly composed of silicates and deposits of carbon. Vegus has a low mass for its size, and tidally locked to the star Tereshkova A. Temperature difference between the sunward hot pole and the dark side cold pole creates constant gale force winds across the Terminator. Ooh, large deposit of mercury. Antibar. Antibar is a cold terrestrial world with an atmosphere of methane and argon. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of iron with deposits of magnesium. The world has been noted as a possible target for long-term terraforming. If the atmosphere could be increased to the thickness of Earth's, the global coverage temperature would rise by 10 degrees Celsius, which would put it to negative 24, based on the current average. Antibar's combination of low temperatures, high-speed surface winds, and low visibility make it dangerous to explore on foot. We are now going to explore it. Not so much on foot, but you know what I mean. Interesting wind sounds that keep coming and going. Who do you think would handle colder temperatures better? I haven't taken Garrus on a mission yet, I don't think. We'll take Garrus. This planet looks mercifully less mountainy. Good. Let's head south, go to the corner, and then work our way around. That's a protocol. And see, what a good protocol it is. There were resources behind us. Oh, come on. Mercifully less mountainy, he says. Gets immediately stuck on the first hill he tries to climb. He does. That's a big deposit of mercury. Huge mercury pile. Is the temperature good enough for mercury to be solid? Also, there are two stars, and one of them's like a big star, isn't it? Why is this planet so cold? It's one of the closest ones to the stars. These smoother planets are so much nicer to drive on. So much nicer. This looks like good worm territory. What the hell is that? Oh, there's a worm. bitch. Found Geth. This wreck looks like it's been here for a while. Then again, if you've seen pictures of tanks that get blown up, they can quickly look this fucked. The vehicle and the human corpses show the telltale signs of Geth weapons fire. The Geth have been mangled by the Thresher Maw. At least they got what was coming to them. Okay, yeah, they torched it. And then Thresher Maw got them.
Just lead the way.
Like 2 markers, but I don't think I can see. Oh. Looks like someplace you might put a beacon. Searching the ruins, you discover a Prothean data disk. Was it just sitting on the podium? It must have been dropped by one of the Thresher Maw's many victims. Woohoo! Yeah, we'll get... I think we're closer to the corner. We'll check. Yeah. That posted some debris back this way, and yeah, we saw that mineral deposit. There's some magnesium. Can't blow that one up.
Just one more outpost left.
Oh geez, we got kind of fucked up. Dang, we have plenty of Omni Gel to do some fixing. Weird. How come I was able to destroy the drop ship at the other site, but I wasn't able to on that one? Then again, the first place we attacked, I don't even think there was a drop ship, unless I wasn't looking. Alright, just 2 corners to check and then we're out of here. I need the waypoints when I can see the compass easily, but just replace it. Nice little pleasant snow drive for the most part. And some lithium. Yep. We're down here. Oh, we leveled up twice. I have 4 points. Oh, that's mastered Spectre training. Sick. Alright, on the best with all my 2 training skills pistoling, I can focus more on abilities now. I barely get it. I feel like we've barely been hit that hard. I either need to up the difficulty or something. I don't know. Again, I have to consider I played on the Xbox, like the 360, and like controllers are fine, but mouse and keyboard is so much better almost all the time. Fuck it. I'll throw 1 point in there just to say that I did. Alright, we have one last Geth base to hit. But again, if I remember right, hitting these 4 bases gives us information on a 5th, like, hub base. And that'll open up, like, another sector, like, over there somewhere. Gagarin. Into Rumgun. Small rock and ice planet with a trace atmosphere of methane and ethane. Frozen surface is mainly composed of carbon with deposits of calcium. Anti-Rumgun has been used as a crude anchorage for Terminus pirates for many years. The shells of temporary dwellings blasted by Alliance frigate patrols dot the surface. But always, the pirates return to ground their ship drive charges. Ship out some water ice, and trade slaves and stories. The deep layers of Anti-Rumgun's interior are semi-liquid slush due to the presence of methanol. It is thought that bacterium in the deep core create this natural antifreeze. Some species of Terminus pirates drill through the ice crust to recover this natural alcohol. Antifreeze? Alcohol? What? There's deposits of cobalt. Solgalrus. Small terrestrial planet with a thin atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. The frigid surface is mainly composed of water ice, which can be plainly seen in the bottoms of recent craters. The dark coloration of the surface is caused by a carbon and ferrous material, pushed up from the denser core by cryovolcanic processes. Presha is a relatively small hydrogen-helium gas giant with large amounts of hydrocarbons in the middle layers of the atmosphere. When the Krogan rebellions ended 3 millennia ago, Turian Chief of Naval Operations, a distinguished soldier named Mercury, declared his immediate retirement. He disappeared into what was then uncharted territory. It was only 200 years ago that his ship was found on the surface of Presha's largest moon. It had landed gently and had been deliberately shut down. Of Admiral Mercury, however, no trace was found. Junthor. Large terrestrial world with a thick atmosphere of carbon dioxide and chlorine. Surface is mainly composed of aluminum, with deposits of nickel. Surveyors found the ruins of a technical civilization near the equator, evidently the colony of an ancient spacefaring race. The ruins had subsided to almost nothing, merely wind-hollowed husks of arcologies and other megastructures. The center of the ruins was a single column whose inscriptions defied translation for several centuries. When Asari linguists finally managed a translation, the elaborate relief carving said merely, "Walk among these works and know our greatness." The crude scratches on the base of the reverse said, "Monsters from the id." Yeah, we know about them. Scans revealed a wrecked freighter orbiting one of Junthor's smaller moons. The recon team found no signs of life, but they did recover one of Matriarch Dillinaga's writings. Of course. Rayengri. Ugh. Suddenly drink wanted to come back up. It's a soda. Rayengri is a small, barren terrestrial world. While it possesses a reasonably temperate climate, a number of useful resources, no mining corporation is willing to risk investment. The rogue planetoid, dubbed VOTS by the initial Solarian surveyor team, entered the system approximately 10,000 years ago, and was trapped in a decaying orbit around Reingri. It is nearing the end of its slow spiral inwards. Earthquakes and cryovolcanic storms are increasingly common. Within a few hundred years, the planets will rip each other apart. Some Asari travel consortiums have already announced sponsorship of cruises to observe the spectacle. Sounds sick. We already took the scientist away on a mission. How about... Kaiden. Just gotta cycle people in. We already got something. Titanium. Not that mineral information is useful if nobody wants to mine here. I mean, you have that to look forward to. I wonder what other people who stream this game do about the driving. I keep remembering that people didn't like the driving. Do most streamers do all the side stuff in the driving segments, or do they do the bare minimum? Ow. Nice fucking arrangement. You can try as many times as you want. I think it's easy to see why there was a mod. One of the most downloaded mods was one that removed the hacking minigames. Fair enough. They're not even that hard. I was kind of hoping we might get through most of the exploring and at least do one plot mission today, but I kind of underestimated how much driving there would be. Of course, I'm not complaining. I feel like sometimes the mountains are raised to be like, hey player, there's nothing back here, but I take them as a... You see the mountain, I see it as a challenge. What's that sound? Overrun research outpost. It almost sounds like we're being shot at. There are 2 points of interest on this planet. Overrun by what? Ah, I see. What exactly it is overrun by is pretty clear. Oh, and some levels for people. Hiding. Let's just give him the throw. He can lift, he can throw. Oh, and he hasn't unlocked. I want them at least to unlock all their skills, so get him up on first aid. Again, not that we've really needed it. And there we go. Master Hacker. Up for electrical. Container. Several containers that I can't open. Have we not found a single piece of Quarian armor? New Hanketter armor is better than what I got, but I'm more worried about their protection than mine, so we'll give Kaiden the other. Yeah, let me see if there's some upgrades I can do here. Yeah, that's... Normally I like to do all this all at once, but... What we got? Us Combine and Stinger. We could lose out on a little damage for increased, I guess, fire rate and accuracy. Not too worried about accuracy with all my pistol training, though. Scimitar Fatali. Assault rifle wasn't really that important for me. Haliat Armory. One of the smaller Turian weapon manufacturers, Haliat Armory was given permission by the hierarchy to sell excess units on the galactic market. Rather than trying to compete with high-end manufacturers, Haliat specializes in a line of basic level weapons. Looks good though. That's a good design. I like that. I'll take it. I'll just take a Hurricane and a better Avenger. I don't need these weapons, really. Got new grenade upgrades, though. Explosive, Cryo, affects accuracy. Not really that important when the enemy just runs up to you. Fusion, Toxic, Incendiary, Fusion. Yes, give me the high. Ooh, Omni Tool. We got some Armali Council Omni Tool. That's a good one. The Armali Council is an affiliation of Asari manufacturing guilds recognized for maintaining consistent standards of excellence. Armali makes high-grade Omni tools, and their bioamps are widely recognized as the finest money can buy. These are only available to a select list of clients. Sick. You can have the other Nexus and Gaiden. Gemini amp doesn't really look that good. Kind of shit, honestly. Basic grade Omni tools, as I expected it. Power is like biotic power, right? Or just a general ability power? Right, because these are the amps. Alright, well, we know what's gonna be in here, so... I mean, when you know that they're just gonna do that, why would you run in? I would assume this research outpost was set up here to do some science on that big, that other planetoid that's going to crash into this one. Why do they just have big rock blocks around? Any goodies around here? Medical. Now we really need it. I haven't used any Metagel today. Turn that panel on? Yeah. That is not a turn-onable panel. Wait, hold on. Trackers are lighting up. Back up, everybody. Set up a firing squad, firing line. Nice shooting, Kaiden. Seriously. What the hell? Holy shit. Proper ambush. Where were they hiding out there? You'd think I would have seen them. Maybe they dropped in after I went in. That's smart. Gonna get any information around here, or is it just a combat arena? Hurry in armor. Ooh, H&K Shadowworks weapon. I don't think we've gotten a weapon from them yet. It was an assault rifle. Oh, there's a lot of stuff to loot here. I'd appreciate that. Let's see what that rifle looks like. Diamondback. Holy shit. Look at this thing. It's got a shield on it. Founded decades ago, the Han Keter subsidiary is a place for younger employees to think outside the box. HKSW supplies weapons and armor to Alliance Special Forces units. Keeping with the parent company's corporate philosophy, products are rugged, reliable, and require less maintenance than competitors. Diamondback is a prototype assault rifle. Its fire rate ramps up slowly, making it particularly useful in situations where heavy sustained fire is necessary. All weapons by HK Shadowworks incorporate an extremely efficient heat dissipation system. I kind of just want to... take it for myself. Harpoon round. Built-in material that condenses on impact to penetrate armor. Spreads into shrapnel into softer medium of flesh. They are widely considered unethical. I see. There's a fucking gun shield. That is adorable. Good weapon for someone who is trained to handle high rate of fire all the time. I like it.
Fire in the hole!
To think that there was a line of weapons in this game that not only had unique looks, but they weren't... Like, they were something you had to cheat to use. That is silly to me. Where is... Still being jammed.
Think we're good, Commander?
This rifle's sick. I love it. Good. And it feels good to use. Damn, I regret just being a pistol master all of a sudden. This is nice. Well. Well, it's nice this way. At least, you know, I can change it up every once in a while. Again, just because the pistol's my main doesn't mean I can't dabble in some other weaponry whenever I feel like. Oh, shit.
Outposts would be the main base of operations for this incursion.
Hold on. This receiver's picking up some kind of transmission. Based on the signal strength, I'd say it's coming from inside the star cluster.
It must be a message from the primary Geth base. We can use this signal to lock onto its location and take them out.
Sounds good to me. I thought... normally it was just like Geth outposts for all the other ones, so I thought this was a different thing. I thought this was just like, oh, this is a different thing that Geth took over because they were in the area. No, this is... And just like I remember, there's another base to hit. Yo, there's a thing out there. Yo. Yeah, we came around... Engine debris? Did I... Engine debris. Was that what it was called? Surely I hit that. I was in there for so long, we did. If not, it was just a thing with some stuff in it, you know? Yeah. We're good. We're good, yeah. We down here, then we came up here to get this, then we get that, so we did get that. Okay. Oh, is that an earthquake? I didn't think we'd actually feel one. Not getting up that mountain. The more I think about that weapon, the more I think about how stupid it is. Like, the gun shield thing, like, people have wanted to do gun shield since, like, I think they were, like, even Victorian era. They, like, put little, like, shields on guns, but they were expensive and clunky and impeded aim, and they weren't really that good. Like, putting a shield on your gun sounds sick, but it's never really worked out. And I feel like with mass drivers, it's even less viable. A down pod containing a League of One medallion. Its owner is nowhere to be found.
Yes, sir.
As usual. Polonium. Alright, hit the under corner, then we go hit that other Geth base. And already there's something in our path. Oh yeah, that little base we saw. Scavengers who made this camp are gone. They seem to have abandoned it abruptly some time ago. How long ago is some time ago? If some time ago is when the Geth turned up, then yeah. But the Geth have been kind of a recent phenomenon in this region, so I would presume they left for some other reason. Yeah, this world's got a fair bit on it. Another anomaly. Ah, these must be the scavengers. The burnt corpses, evidently a mom-and-pop independent salvage team, show signs of close-range hits by Geth-heavy particle beams. Tragic. Can't salvage the little beacon. Drive inward a little bit, then we leave. I'm thinking we hit that other Geth base, talk to Tali afterwards, because yeah, this is definitely the mission I remember, and we're gonna give her that data. Then we do some lore, because we didn't read the Codex stuff last time. I could go on for longer. You know what, I might still go on for longer. It depends. I might tab out and see if anyone might be available for hanging out or stuff. It's the weekend. You gotta check out with your peeps, with the homies, with your bros, with your bros. Maybe some of them actually woke up. Yeah, we're out. And there it is, Grissom. Benda. Yo, that's my friend, Benda. Benda has a dense atmosphere of sulfur dioxide and chlorine. Though technically classified as a terrestrial world, the surface of the planet has never cooled enough for a crust to form. It is a global sea of molten rock. Like Zaharix, its atmosphere is being blasted away by the solar wind. Once its thick atmosphere is gone, Benda's surface will be a mere 400 degrees Celsius. Okay, yeah, this is the hottest surface temperature we've seen yet. 3,151 Celsius. That's like That's at least, like, 782 inches. Scans have been uncovered an ancient Solarian vessel. A small team was dispatched in search of valuables. The only item value recovered was a League of One medallion. Yeah, uncovered where? In orbit? Not on the surface. It must have been in orbit, obviously. The Herex's nitrogen-argon atmosphere is being blasted away by the solar wind of the blue giant Grissom. Its surface consists of seas of loose silicate dust, some kilometers deep, which periodically swirl into global sandstorms. Many unmanned probes of the Herex have been lost over the years, though investigation has attributed all to mechanical failure or computational error. Popular extranet meme insists that the entire planet is composed of dormant nanotechnology, created millennia ago by a race even more advanced than the Protheans. According to the story, the Herex's silica dust is actually dissembler robots, which periodically awaken to defend themselves. Though discounted by every reputable scientist, this theory has been popularized by a series of sensationalist texts by Asari author Delsey Orthisa. Delsey Orthisa found some beryllium on a nearby moon. Got 2 asteroid belts in this system. I gotta go through them. Also, yeah, nice blue giant. Every time I look at the center of one of these systems and I see that fucking lens, that identical lens flare, at this point, I believe that they just plastered that lens flare over every planet because it's just like, we need to enhance the lens flare. It needs to look cooler. But you can't see what the stars actually look like. Polonium. No Tanban. No Tanban is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of ammonia. Molecular nitrogen is present in the highest levels of the atmosphere, giving the planet its odd violet tint. Violet, not violent. The upper levels of No Tanban's atmosphere are inhabited by shoals of tiny ammonia-based life forms, no larger or more complex than the plankton of Earth's oceans. Held aloft by air pressure and wind, these bioluminescent creatures constantly flee from the approach of the Terminator. Should they be exposed to the light and heat of Grissom, they die. And here we go, Fulcrum. Level 1 heat hazard. Fulcrum is the largest moon of the gas giant No Tanban. It has a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The crust is composed of various metals with deposits of sodium. As with every body in the solar system, the surface is scorching hot and thoroughly irradiated by the blue giant Grissom. Yes, surface excursions without proper protective gear are certain to prove fatal. On approach to No Tanban, Normandy's passive sensor arrays intercepted a fragmentary coded transmission from the surface. Attempts to decrypt the message were fruitless. There does not appear to be any software coding language used by Citadel races. Probably the Geth. The Geth. Big assault, harsh surface conditions, taking Rex. Nice. The outpost is dead ahead. One quick moment. moment. I don't need to stop drinking more than one soda every day. Or I just need to stop drinking soda. If I drink one, I can usually go through the day fine, but if I drink a second one, because I swear I have a fucking addiction at this point, like my mouth will feel really gross and disgusting. One doesn't do it. A second one will do it, and I had to just go out and quickly wash my mouth. I seriously need to stop drinking soda. Like, it's been a good run. Soda was always something nice, but at this point, I think I'm getting to that. I'm getting, that's another milestone of the old age where it's just like, yeah, you need to fucking stop. Ay. All right. Let's start at the side here and work our way to the corner, and then come up from the bottom. Yeah, this world's nice. It's got a nice light palette. You get to see the big star. I keep hitting tab to bring up the map. This is not Star Sector. What am I doing? I swear one of these days I'll stream Star Sector again, and I'm gonna use that old idea I had for a theme. We're using the Girls Frontline, like, portrait pack. I picked Donna Zane. I name all my ships after wrestling moves. All the planets we colonize will be named after mixed drinks. And the Zane Empire will rise. One of these days. I won't start midway through. My current playthrough is just me. I just picked up bearded guy as my portrait, and I was like, yeah, that's good. Go. The health bar thing. I must be well protected. There are several artifacts stored here, all worthless except for one of Matriarch Dillinaga's writings. Whether it was uncovered at this dig site or elsewhere is unclear. Suddenly the sound of the wind picked up. Woohoo! Ah, it's so stupid, but I love it. I love the Star Sector modding community. I haven't really dug beyond the mod index for mods in that game, but I did see that somebody made a FTL-themed faction. The Star Federation. Like, they have all the ship designs from that game converted into the game in their own way, but they even made a few new designs that fit in with the setting and the lore. And they tried to, like, do their take on the weapons and how they'd work in the game, too. Like, Star Sector modders are cool. I think I also saw, like, a Halo one where somebody tried to make Halo ships. Even though I know my computer can handle it, I'm doing a light version when it comes to modded, though, because last time I was like, the modding guide was like, oh yeah, you know, if you have like 8 gigabytes of memory allocated through Java, you can run every mod. But then I was playing and I kept getting horrendous lag. Well, not lag, like frame drops. They would always happen after a battle. I would do a battle, and then suddenly the game would just say, "Yeah, okay, you've done your battle for this attempt of you playing the game. We're gonna take away all of your frames. We'll leave you with 4 frames." Like actual slideshow, unplayable. Nonsense. So if I were to stream the game, there's no way I wouldn't play modded. But also, I would need to be sure that I haven't modded the game too much. Which is difficult. Especially when the game is so easy to mod. Even though I had modded it to hell and back and it was suffering performance-wise, like, it never crashed. It never had any other issues beyond performance ones. It's just that good. Don't make me go around. Ah. Fuck you, mountain. Magnesium. Still got 2 corners and a center to look through, but let's hit this Geth base. Still zappy. Upgrades. I don't drop any armor. Nah. Points. I want to have at least the advanced version of skills. I'll boost my armor a little bit at least. A little bit. Rex has 4 skills because almost maxed out on assault rifle. Callie. Get her foot in the door on first aid. Since we have very specific armor, very specific types, let's get him some, got scorpion armor for him. Alright, there you go. Oh boy. Good stuff. Alright, here we go. What's that sound? An oddly sterile environment. Hack this one. Yo, I think we got him. Oh shit. Ow. Bum rush me. Oh shit. Ah. Now, when I can destroy my cover, it's difficult to get involved. Oh, she hacked that one. Good job, Tally.
Catching you up.
As the last Geth falls, you hear music from across the room. On the monitor, a Quarian stands before a hushed crowd, warbling a mournful a cappella? Is that what that's supposed to be? Of worlds and innocence lost. The recording song is dispatched to the Geth worlds behind the Perseus Veil. The transmitter shuts down. Yeah, that little got a little spicy at the beginning, but alright. Especially with the boxes blowing up, it couldn't really take cover in that scenario. There was walls, but then they got the jumpy ones, and better to hang back. Currently, you have 252 items and are nearing the 300 item limit. You'll be forced to salvage any new items you find once you reach this limit. Sell or salvage some items at your earliest convenience to avoid reaching the limit. Understood. We're gonna have to go through all our gear when we get back to the ship. Yeah, okay. Give me an opening, please. Thank you. I'm aware you don't need to tell me every time. You already gave it to me. A flickery on what's left of those boxes.
Let's get moving.
Something else going on here. Was it this mission or was it different? How's it going? I had Dark Sonic Wolves. Everything's going pretty good. Been a lazy Saturday. Yeah, we covered. How are you doing? Oh, that corner's still marked. Twitch name was Nightwolf Run. Did you lose your account or did you just change it? Just a change. Gotcha. Positive uranium. Oh, this car is so stupid. Tap the mic. Ah. Sometimes they're too steep, but if they're flat enough, you can just skirt the side. Just play the game a lot, and the only thing I hate is the car. I have this feeling like I'm in the minority of being one of the few people who never hated the car. Still don't. But I perfectly well understand why people don't like the car. Thorium. That is a beautiful sight. Melt your eyeballs out. But that's space technology for you. Yeah, we're pretty much done with this place. In the Legendary Edition, the car ain't bad. Did they change how the car handled between the different versions, or is it just better because you have better controls? Because before the Legendary Edition, I had the 360 versions. What? Not getting up that one.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational
Yeah. There's a
area.
mountain in the way. Yep, I'd say we're about done here. Legendary Edition, the car seems a little better. honestly, even with the difference in controls between a controller, mouse, and keyboard, it doesn't feel any different than I remember. But my memory is a hideously unreliable source, considering this is my first time playing the series again in over about 11 years, so... yeah. Does Admiral Hackett have something to say now that we've taken care of the guest?
Message from Admiral Hackett, Commander. Patching it through.
We just received your report. Looks like this Geth incursion was bigger than we thought. They were probably preparing for a major offensive in the system. We're increasing patrols in the Armstrong cluster to make sure they can't establish another foothold in the region. Nice job, Shepard. You saved a lot of human lives on this mission. Hackett out.
Before we leave the system, we're approaching our item limit, so it's time to start doing some equipment management. Also, I believe we have a conversation awaiting with Tali. I believe. Unless it was a different mission. I feel like we didn't pick up anything special, but this is... I remember this being the one.
It feels like we're getting near the end, doesn't it, Shepard? With Saren, I mean.
Huh? We haven't even gone to Novarian Pharos. What are you talking about?
It won't be much longer. One way or another, it'll all be over soon.
You'll find the conduit before he does. I know you will. You have to. And after this is all over, when my pilgrimage ends and I go back to my own people, I'll be proud to say I was a part of it.
We couldn't have done this without you, Tali.
You've been good to me. A lot of people treat Quarians like second-class citizens. They just want us to go back to our fleet and disappear. But you've treated me just like everyone else on your crew. Like an equal. That means a lot, and it says something about you. Whatever happens, I just want to say thank you for that.
I'm going to miss you when you go back to your own people, Tali.
That won't happen for a while yet. I'll be right here anytime you need me.
I should go.
See you later.
Was this not the one, or have we leveled up enough that we've triggered that conversation?
Hey, Shepard. You need something?
I should go.
See you later.
I could have swore it was this mission. I wonder if I fucked something up. Hang on a minute. I am reasonably certain. I mean, it's a little too late to do something about it if I'm wrong. Nah, maybe this wasn't the one. Oh, hang on a minute. At the end of combat, a paragraph summary was saying a terminal has transmitted a recording. Go into the door in the back of the ground floor, straight ahead from the entrance. Hack the data terminal for the data files. Wait, did I not... Wait a minute, I didn't go through the building. I just sort of defeated them and I didn't even do the fucking cleanup afterwards. How did I fucking screw that up? Wait, didn't I? That's very unlike me. Normally, I scour these places clean. Hang on a minute. This is important. Back it up. Hang on, back it up. Turn around. I hope we didn't screw it up since we already ended the mission. It's been a little while since I saved. I could always just toggle it like I did it in the save editor, but... I get the data is a separate thing. Maybe not. Oh boy. Oh boy. I might have goofed it. When was my last save? Back. Five. Oh god, that was... The last full stop proper save was 3 hours ago. My god. I knew this was the mission, but I completely screwed up. I mean, I could still get the data. One of the nice things about having a game be open like this is that there's nothing stopping you from revisiting a place if you need to. Did I seriously forget to actually... Yeah, I did. I never went upstairs. I never went... Did I not go back here? That's not it. Talk to Tally after the mission is complete. But did we need to grab the data first? I think I did come back here and maybe I missed the terminal. Like an idiot. You discover a number of encrypted Geth data files. In proper hands, they could reveal much about the evolution of the Geth since the banishment of the Quarian.
You lead. I'll follow.
Didn't have a comment of it then. See when we get back to the ship. We just have to quickly pop back outside and we can do that. I guess I was so taken aback by how sloppy the fight was that I didn't even think to do the cleanup afterwards. That is the only explanation I can think of for why I missed that. That data have been good for like the mission briefing? I don't know. I guess we'll find out in a second. If not, then
Shepard, I need to talk to you. It's important.
Okay, we're good. We still got it.
Is something wrong?
You know the data you took from those Geth control nodes? The information you uploaded to Alliance Control?
Technically, I didn't do
I want
that.
a copy of it.
You want to bring this data back to the migrant fleet?
Those files have information that could be vital to our efforts to understand the Geth. It could be the key to helping us reclaim our homeworld.
You think you can use this information to destroy your enemy?
Not right away. We will need to study it. It could take years, but it will give us new insight into how the Geth have changed and evolved over the past centuries.
Go ahead. Make a copy.
My people, I owe you a great debt. One I can never repay. The only thing I can offer in return is what you already have. My solemn promise to stay with you until Saren and his Geth armies are defeated.
I never wanted anything more.
Thank you, Shepard.
Technically not true, but we're not getting there until second game. Anyway. We still got it. I don't know if that data would have been good for, like, the mission brief or something. I'm a little curious. Can't believe I missed that. I feel like such a goof. Ellie will not comment on. Yeah, Steven says, yeah, I went back into that closet and I hacked the things, but I didn't look at the computer. I'm not used to these areas having hackable computers, even though I knew there was something. I just feel kind of silly. Okay, so about 4 hours. Now I gotta go do inventory. Gotta make sure I gotta go through, equip everybody, and then clear space. Let me check something real quick. Are people potentially available to do things? If so, I might call it now. If not... Everyone's already preoccupied with other stuff. Alright, I'll go for a bit longer. Maybe another hour? That should give us time for some lore, some equipment juggling, and then... Technically, this Mantis armor's a little better, but the armor I currently got actually has a bit of flair to it, so I'm gonna keep what I got until something way better or more stylish comes up. Current tool, we already went... Nades... I'll keep my current sniper. Okay with this one. Pistol. Ooh, we got something new. H&K Shadowworks pistol. Nice. Cobra is an experimental automatic pistol developed by Hanketter Shadowworks. Its large fire rate combined with solid damage makes it a weapon of choice for anyone who can handle significant recoil. All weapons incorporate extreme efficient equipment. So it's a machine pistol. We're getting a machine gun early. Submachine. Yeah, sadly, I can't test it on the ship. We have way tougher proton rounds. Takes the damage down a bit, but this pistol's pretty powerful. So I think we can utilize that. I may as well give myself weapons, even if I'm not going to use most of them. Keep my current rifle, because this one's really cool. And somehow I don't think the AI is really smart enough to handle it, so... First, we go through weapons in the way that they're best made. For her... Give her incendiary. Hyperrail, maybe? No, they might not know how to handle that. A simple rail extension will do her fine. She wants that tech bonus. First, we go through equipment that they're, you know, better made for. Then we start passing out the others. Don't have any better armor for her. Prodigy amp, logic arrest tools, like it hurts, the best we got. She doesn't really have any weapon training, so we'll just give her something like the... Oh, it's this Batarian pistol, the one, it's the weird, like, 3-pellet shot pistol. It's like a weird 3-slug shotgun almost. It's very strange. Ryko or the Kessler. Edge, we'll give her the Edge. Okay, there we go. Rex. New assault rifle. Rex, he didn't even have any mods in his rifle, and I'm having him like geared towards rifles. Harpoon rounds, absolutely. Unity amp or Gemini amp? The Gemini amp. I think we already gave him the better armor. Yeah. Yeah, he's already setting the armor. Garrus, we got any new armor for you? Yes, we do. Oh, everyone's getting their desert camo. We don't have many other good tools. Sniper, he's our sniperman. No, you're not as good all around. Alright, the hammer was the 3-round burst one. How well would the AI handle a 3-round burst weapon? I wonder. We'll give it a shot for him and see how it goes. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Give him... anything that can increase accuracy for a boy here? Weapon stability. Go with that. Kaiden, a man. A man. He's already got a good amp. We kind of went through some of his gear already. Let's see how you do with this Batarian pistol. Let's see how it works for you. Give you the polonium rounds and Rail extension, sure. And Ashley, you already got some cool armor. Yeah, she's set on armor for now. She just needs a new rifle. Now it's a 3-round burst. You kind of got to read the descriptions to get a proper full feel for what these weapons can do. Give her the shredder rounds. I'm sure she'll like that. Can she handle the hyper rail without fucking up? I don't know, but we'll see. All right. Now we start going through other equipment that they're either trained through. Oh. Did anyone ever know that there were these little icons on the side where you could mark it as trash? Did anyone know that that was a thing? Because I only just found out that was a thing. Now put the tungsten on her shotgun. Yeah. Just give everybody stuff. I know I'm not going to use this stuff, but just because I can't, just because or not, doesn't mean I can't. I like going through the management phase. It's fine. Not people getting combat scanners for their trouble. Right. Allie. Now for Liara. People getting backup toxic weapons. More polonium. Just pass the polonium around. Everybody gets polonium. Oh shit, armor mods. I haven't looked at the armor mods. What am I currently rocking? Kinetic buffer? Yeah, we might have something better. Shields, mobile accuracy, and cooldown reduction. Shield recovery and hardening. Hazard seals. Pressurized shields. Shield modulator. Exoskeleton. Buffer. We got a lot of level 5s. A lot of pressurized seals and stuff. What do I want to go? Give me the hazard seals. Pressurized seals makes just more sense for Tally. We'll go through the rest as we go through. For you, how about a field modulator? Next up, Rex. What do you got? Motorized joints? We can do that. We can do better. Give him an exoskeleton. Fuck yeah. This high rate of fire and poor accuracy on the automatic shotgun, but it has a higher accuracy rating than the scimitar. Viper shot. Makes... Oh, I didn't even realize we had a Shadowworks shotgun. The Viper is a fully automatic shotgun by Honketter Shadowworks. Limited damage is compensated by a large fire rate. Large fire rate. Yo, this gun's fire rate is large. All weapons at high rate of fire. Well, hold on now. I gave myself a scimitar. You know what? Bring it back. I want to see... Yo, holy hell, look at the fucking Executioner, the Batarian one. The Executioner is a shotgun by Batarian State Arms that fires 16 pellets in a double burst, which gives it an extremely high stopping power. This weapon does, however, lack a proper heat management system, which, according to the PR representative, is not a problem since the human on the other side is dead anyway. Like all Batarian weapons, is coated with projectiles which council banned chemicals may induce toxic effects on the target. No accuracy. You know what? I'm gonna try the Viper for now, but if I see another one later, I may very well change my mind. I didn't go through my own weapon mods. Let's see. Give me a shredder. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm keeping my current rifle. It's really sick. I don't need a different one. Okay, I'm all caught up now. Rex, were we still on you? I think we were. Right now, we were looking at shotguns. Scimitar for you. And we'll give you the shredder rounds. You need a combat scanner on a shotgun. If you need a combat scanner on a shotgun, then you're blind. Something about the idea of a Krogan sniper just doesn't sound right. Like, that just doesn't work, you know? Already got upset on the amp. Right, Garrus. Proton round. Kinetic stabilizer. We're going through our better mods now. Go. God, I could give him the execution. Maybe I give Tally the executioner, actually. Hang on. What shotgun did I give you, Tally? You got the tornado? Yeah, you know what? I think the accuracy would screw them up. The AI isn't exactly that good, so giving them a low accuracy weapon doesn't really sound like a big brain play. Yeah. So all that's left is Kaiden and Ashley. Right, did I give these guys? Yeah, Rex got the exoskeleton. Yes, yes, yes. Did I give one to Garrus? Garrus could use an upgrade. Holy shit. Energized Weave for Garrus. Kaiden. Before I forget, let's just look at this. He's got a good one. You could give him a better one. You get an Energized Weave. And a shotgun. Redder rounds, of course. Avenger's kind of crap. No reason to give that one to anybody. And last is Ashley. Something tells me we're not going to find better armor for her anytime soon. Too bad the armor doesn't get like a history thing. Man, I have a character with heavy armor. That's good. I like this design. I like it a lot. Alright, Story upgraded her there. Shotgun time. Give her the Hurricane, Shredder, naturally. Combat sensor, I guess, or high caliber barrels. Again, it's not like they're actually wielding these weapons most of the time. Striker, sure. And I guess give her some cryo rounds. And sniper. Yeah, we're down to the really weak mods now. There we go. We've gone through everything. We can clean up now.
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
Should have tagged everything I was gonna sell. Shit. I can tag them all here. But I can also just rapidly click. Next time I gotta remember to use that tag. was wondering what the sell junk button was for. It's like, that didn't seem to do anything before. And that's because, of course it didn't do anything. I didn't tag anything as being junk. Basically the same process, but you have to keep moving your... Hold on, you know what? I'm gonna hold on to that Executioner. Just in case I want to try something different in the field. Oh boy, what a... Oh, and I can tell it's getting late, not only because the sun is down, but also because the screen tint has changed. Crap, I can't remember how to get to that. I'd have to hunt around to figure that one out. Oh boy, the long process. Tell it all. Crap, did I accidentally hit the shotgun? No. I did miss this somehow. Whew, okay. Oh,
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what you've got.
You wouldn't happen to have anything for a Quarian, would you? Any Quarian armor? Why is the revoke black market license one here twice? Organ assault rifle. Server skunk. Not really something we need to get right now. Yeah, I think the nighttime tint is already taken over. I'm gonna check and see what. I'm gonna check something real quick, and that'll decide whether I go for maybe another hour, or maybe another mission or two. Honestly, I want to keep playing, but there's also other things that I could do, but only if people are available for it. It's so hard to figure out if people are actually available to do things. Doesn't help when you're not the best communicator. Alright, so how do I get to thing where I... Oh, right, I remember what I had to do. I had to go over here. Right, I have to open display settings from the desktop. There's no, like, specific area or thing I could go to. It just gets real stupid, and it's like, ugh. Okay. Okay. Looks like we got some stuff in the primary, then we'll take a look at the secondary.
After the Geths, thresher moths are subterranean carnivores that spend their entire lives eating or searching for something to eat. Threshers reproduce via spores that can lie dormant for millennia, yet are robust enough to survive prolonged periods in deep space and atmospheric re-entry. As a result, thresher spores appear on many worlds, spread by previous generations of space travelers. The body of a thresher never entirely leaves the ground. Only the head and tentacles erupt from the Earth to attack. In addition to physical attacks, Threshers have the ability to project toxic chemicals and emit bursts of infrasound as a shockwave weapon. The Alliance first encountered Threshers on the colony of Akuz in 2177. After contact was lost with the Pioneer team, Marine units were deployed to investigate. The shore parties were set upon by hungry Threshers, and nearly the entire assault force was killed. Alliance forces recommend engaging Threshers with vehicle-mounted heavy weapons.
Is it possible to take out the Thresher on foot in this game? I know you do that in the second game, but that's like a specific thing.
The home world and capital of humanity is entering a new golden age. The resource wealth of a dozen settled colonies and 100 industrial outposts flows back to Earth, fueling great works of industry, commerce, and art. The great cities are greening as arcology skyscrapers and telecommuting allow more efficient use of land. Earth is still divided among nation-states, though all are affiliated beneath the overarching banner of the Systems Alliance. While every human enjoys a longer and better life than ever, the gap between rich and poor widens daily. Advanced nations have eliminated most genetic disease and pollution. Less fortunate regions have not progressed beyond 20th century technology and are often smog-choked, overpopulated slums. Sea levels have risen 2 meters in the last 200 years, and violent weather is common due to environmental damage inflicted during the late 21st century. The past few decades, however, have seen significant improvement due to recent technological advances.
Cool.
Faster-than-light drives use elements. Ship mobility dominates space combat. The primary objective is to align the mass accelerator along the bow with the opposing vessel's broadside. Battles typically play out as artillery duels, fought at ranges measured in thousands of kilometers, though assaults through defended mass relays often occur at knife fight ranges, as close as a few dozen kilometers. Most ship-to-ship engagements are skirmishes between patrol vessels of cruiser weight and below, with dreadnoughts and carriers only deployed in full-scale fleet actions. Battles in open space are short and often inconclusive, as the weaker opponent typically disengages. Once a ship enters FTL flight, the combat is effectively over. There are no sensors capable of tracking them or weapons capable of damaging them. The only way to guarantee an enemy will stand and fight is to attack a location they have a vested interest in, such as a settled world or a strategically important mass relay.
And we got a bunch of secondary lore. Let's go through the bottom first. The interesting stuff's closer to the top. Pretty sure we read about amps. Biotic training. Biotic implants and amplifiers only provide the potential to create coherent mass effect field. Whether biotics can actually do so is largely determined by their training. Biotics must develop conscious control over their nervous systems, sending specific electrical impulses, I can speak, to the element 0 nodules embedded in their nerves. They are taught to use their implants and amps with biofeedback devices and physical mnemonics. Specific gestures or muscle movements fire the proper sequence of nerves to activate a certain skill. Way to explain it. Kinetics Industries pioneered biotic training with the Biotic Acclimation and Temperance Training Program. Although BOT did not achieve the desired results, many techniques taught are still used today. Many human think tanks are trying to develop some form of biotic super soldier. Most are benign efforts to create more flexible troops. Others, less publicly known, are unapologetic attempts to create niche-sense supermen. Drive charge. As positive or negative electrical current is passed through an FTL drive cord, it requires a static electrical discharge. Drives can be operated an average of 50 hours before they reach charge saturation. This change is proportional to the magnitude of mass reduction. A heavier or faster ship reaches saturation quickly. Charge is allowed to build, the core will discharge into the hull of the ship. All ungrounded crew members are fried to a crisp, all electronic systems are burned out, The metal bulkheads may be melted and fused together. How dreadful. The safest way to discharge a core is to land on a planet and establish a connection to the ground, like a lightning rod. Larger vessels like dreadnoughts cannot land and must discharge into a planet's planetary magnetic field. The ship passes the charge from the drive core to the exterior armored hull, then dives into the magnetic field. Yeah, there's a lot in here. Combat endurance. Heat limits and length and intensity of ship-to-ship. Heat limits the length and intensity of ship-to-ship combat. I can speak. Starships generate enormous heat when they fire high-energy weapons, perform maneuvering burns, and run onboard combat electronics. In combat, warships produce heat more quickly than they can disperse it. As heat builds within a vessel, the crewed spaces become increasingly uncomfortable. Before the heat reaches lethal levels, a ship must win or retreat by entering FTL. After an FTL run, the ship halts, shuts down non-essential systems, activates the radiation gear. Combat endurance varies by ship design, by battle's location. Battles in the deep cold of interstellar space can go on for some time. Engagements close to a star are brief. Habitable worlds are usually close to a star. Battles over them are frantic. Crew consideration. Cabins give each individual 10 cubic meters of space. On larger vessels, private rooms are common. As ships get smaller, the number of crew packed into a single wardroom increases. Asari prefer shared spaces even on larger vessels, while Krogan territorial instincts make it impossible for them to cohabitate even on the ships. On smaller vessels, hot bunking is the norm. Crew members assigned to different watches share the same bunk. When one gets off duty, he wakes up the person in the bunk. While the crewman is on duty, the first gets his rack time. Spacecraft compartments can be isolated by airtight doors in case of decompression. The cinematic vision of explosive decompression is fictional. Old compartments either take enough damage that occupants are killed instantly, or leak slowly enough that they are able to reach protected gear. Compartments are equipped with emergency life support apparatus, fireproof plastic bubbles with air bottles. Small when stowed, ELSA comfortably accommodate one individual inflated. Damage control procedure cuts off ventilation to burning compartments. Without oxygen consumed, fires die in seconds. Compartment is repressurized afterwards for recovery. Mass effect fields create an artificial gravity, AGRAV, plane below the decks, presenting muscle atrophy and bone loss in 0G. Large vessels arrange their decks perpendicular to their thrust axis. The highest decks are at the bow, lowest at the engine. This allows AGRAV to work with the inertial effect of thrust. Ships that can land arrange their decks laterally, so crew can move around while the vessel's on the ground. Warships normally turn off their AGRAV systems during combat, reducing the heat generated by systems and increasing combat endurance. To provide a point of reference for navigating in 0G, floors are painted a different color from the walls and ceiling. Sense? Heat management. Heat management. That doesn't sound like that interesting of a read. Drones. We fucking know what drones are. Know a hell of a lot about drones these days. Guardian weapon. Ship's General Area Defense Integration Anti-Spacecraft Network, Guardian, anti-missile, anti-fighter laser turrets. Lasers? Yeah. We know how that shit works. Plans and location. Gagarin Station. We already read about Arcturus. This build up in my throat suddenly. That's why I keep stopping. Gagarin Station is the largest deep space station built by humanity. A Bernal sphere design with a 500-meter diameter habitable area. It was constructed beyond Pluto, nearly 80 astronomical units, 12 billion kilometers from Sol. Moving crew and material to this location bankrupted most of the backers. Gagarin was placed at the inner edge of the heliopause, the point at which the solar wind can no longer push back the interstellar medium. It was built to test a number of faster-than-light drive principles that theoretically could only occur in interstellar space. The station was nicknamed Jump Zero, as it was intended to be the jumping-off point for humanity's expansion into the galaxy. Shortly after the station was completed, the Prothean ruins were discovered on Mars, rendering the entire effort moot. After struggling to make a profit for a decade, Gagarin was sold to the Systems Alliance in 2159 for a fraction of its construction costs. The Alliance refurbished it as a research and training center for the recently discovered biotic phenomenon. In 2169, the Biotic Acclimation and Training Program was shut down and Gagarin became a general research facility. Its remote location and intentional isolation from the extranet makes it popular for dangerous research, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence. Humanity's first stable AI, the Alliance-sponsored ELIZA, achieved sapience at Gagarin in 2172. What happened to ELIZA? Today, Gagarin Station has a permanent population of approximately 9,000. Approximately 9. Not exactly. The plan has been proposed to move it to the gravitationally stable Berry Center between Pluto and the Charon Relay, allowing it to serve as a gateway between the Sol and Arcturus system. The cost of safely moving its mass has delayed this indefinitely. Let's military doctrine. Okay, here's some interesting stuff. The Alliance military is of great concern to the galaxy. At first contact with the Turians, they were completely inexperienced. Turian disdain changed to respect after the release of Shanxi, where humans surprised them with novel technologies and tactics. The human devotion to understanding and adapting to modern space warfare stunned the Staid Council races. For hundreds of years, they had lived behind secure walls of long-proven technologies and tactics. The Council regards the Alliance as the sleeping giant. Less than 3% of humans volunteer to serve in their military, a lower proportion than any other species. While competent, Alliance soldiers are neither as professional as the Turians, nor as skilled as the Asari. Their strength lies in fire support, flexibility, and speed. They make up for lack of numbers with sophisticated technical support. BIs, drones, artillery and electronic warfare. Oh man, when you're watching Ukraine as close as I am, some of this stuff really kind of just like, yeah, that makes sense. Their doctrine is not based on absorbing and dishing out heavy shocks like the Turians and Krogan. Rather, they bypass enemy strong points and launch deep into their rear. We love a good rear action as humans, cutting supply lines and destroying headquarters with support units, leaving enemies to wither on the vine. On defense, the human military is a rapid reaction force that lives by Sun Tzu's maxim, he who tries to defend everything defends nothing. Garrisons are intended for scouting rather than combat, avoiding engagement to observe and report on invaders using drones. The token garrisons of human colonies make it easy for alien powers to secure them, for which the Alliance media criticizes the military. However, the powerful fleets stationed at phase gate nexuses such as Arcturus are just a few hours or days from any colony within their sphere of responsibility. In the event of an attack, they respond with overwhelming force. Get fucked. Ha. There's suddenly buildup of gunk in my throat. Terra Firma is an alliance political party formed after the First Contact War. The policy agenda is based on the principle that Earth must stand firm against alien influences. This covers a variety of legislation. Recent activities by Terra Firma include opposition to a law requiring high school alien language study, a proposal to increase tariffs on alien imports, and leading a popular movement to mark the First Contact War with a public holiday. I mean, they haven't already done that? I mean, that just seems like a given. Though founded by well-meaning individuals who feared the submersion? I think it means subversion. Is submersion a word? Like, the act of submerging of native human cultures under a wave of alien vogue, Terra Firma's agenda attracts many jingoists and xenophobes. Really, they should have seen that coming. Council race. Geth Armature. Armatures are quadruped, all-terrain, heavy weapons platforms, akin to the armored fighting vehicles of other races. Geth being synthetic intelligences, armatures are not crude vehicles, but intelligent entities capable of independent decision-making and learning. Armatures are equipped with heavy kinetic barriers. Their main cannon, mounted on the articulated head turret, appears to be a highly efficient conventional mass accelerator. It is capable of firing in anti-personnel and anti-tank modes. Some armatures carry drones into battle, presumably for reconnaissance purposes. Others host a swarm of insect-sized repair microbots. Geth Hoppers. The Geth models, collectively dubbed Hoppers by Alliance forces, are electronic warfare platforms. They can project electromagnetic radiation across a broad spectrum as an offensive weapon. They can also perform cyber warfare attacks against the onboard computers of body armor, hard suits, and weapons, adversely affecting their performance. The structure of Hoppers consists of an advanced and highly elastic artificial muscle material. This allows a Hopper to compress its entire body for powerful leaps. Hoppers also have thousands of molecule-scaled barbs on the surface of their hands and feet, which are used to cling to walls and ceilings. Hoppers are very difficult targets, leaping from one surface to another in rapid succession. Quarians have no record of any Geth model similar to Hopper. The new morphotype must have been developed over the last 300 years by the Geth themselves. This is troubling proof that the Geth are continuing to move towards technological singularity. Experts in synthetic life are intrigued that Hoppers appear to be even more organic than the baseline Geth. The identified subtypes of Hopper have been nicknamed Sapper, Stalker, and Ghost. Krogan culture. The harsh Krogan homeworld conditioned Krogan psychology for toughness just as it did the body. Krogan have always had a tendency to be selfish, unsympathetic, and blunt. They respect strength and self-reliance and are neither surprised nor offended by treachery. The weak and selfless do not live long. In their culture, looking out for number one is simply a matter of course. After their defeat in the rebellions, the very concept of Krogan leadership was discredited. Where a warlord could once command enough power to bring entire solar systems to heel and become overlord, these days it is rare for a single leader to have more than 1,000 warriors swear allegiance to him. Most Krogan trust and serve no one but themselves. The solitary attitude stems in part from a deep sense of fatalism and futility, a profound social effect of the genophage that caused Krogan numbers to dwindle to a relative handful. Not only are they angry that the entire galaxy seems out to get them, the Krogan are also generally pessimistic about their race's chances of survival. Surviving Krogan see no point to building for the future. Be no future. The Krogan live with an attitude of kill, pillage, and be selfish, for tomorrow we die. And we get some Quarian stuff. Quarian law and defense. Although the Conclave establishes civil law much as any planet-based democracy, enforcement and trials are more unique. After the flight from the Geth, there were few constables to police the millions of civilians aboard the fleet, so the Navy parceled out Marine squads to maintain order and enforce the law. Today, Quarian Marines have evolved training and tactics akin to civilian police, but remained adept at combat in the confined spaces of a starship, and fully under the command of the military. Once taken into custody, the accused is brought before the ship's captain for judgment. While the ship's council may take recommendations, tradition holds that the captain has absolute authority in the matters of discipline. Most are lenient, assigning additional or more odious maintenance tasks aboard the ship. Persistent recidivists are accidentally left on the next habitable world. This practice of abandoning criminals on other people's planets is a point of friction between the Quarians and the systems they pass through. Captains rarely have another choice. With space and resources at a premium, supporting a non-productive prison population is not an option. In the early years, many Quarian freighters were armed and used as irregular privateers. Civilian ships will still show a strong preference for armament, making them unpopular targets for pirates. Though they have rebuilt their military, there are still mere hundreds of warships to protect tens of thousands of ships. The Quarian Navy follows strict routines of patrol and take no chances. If the intent of an approaching ship can't be ascertained, they shoot to kill. Understandable. Quarian religion. The ancient Quarians practiced ancestor worship. Even after abandoning faith for secularism, Quarians continued to revere the wisdom of elders. As time passed and technology advanced, they inevitably turned their knowledge to preserving the personalities and memories of the elderly as computer virtual intelligences. These recordings became a repository of knowledge and wisdom, stored in a central databank and available through any extranet connection. They held no illusions that this was a form of immortality. Like all virtual intelligences, their electronically preserved ancestors were not truly sapient. This was considered a surmountable problem. Sapience could surely be reduced to simple mathematics. The Quarians began exhaustive research into creating artificial intelligence so they could learn to escape the bounds of mortality and give their ancestral records awareness. Fair enough. Unfortunately, the life the Quarians created did not accept the same truths they did. They get destroyed the ancestor databanks when they took over. In the centuries since they evacuated their homeworld, most Quarians have returned to religion in various forms. Many believe that the rise of the Geth and the destruction of their ancestors were chastisement for arrogantly forsaking the old ways and venerating self-made idols. Others have more philosophical outlook, believing that their race was indeed arrogant, but no supernatural agency lay behind the Geth revolt. Rather, the Quarians' actions wrought their own doom. Either way, every Quarian would agree that their own hubris cost them their home worlds. Homeworld, not worlds. Distinct races. Read about them. Cipher. Prothean Beacon downloaded its knowledge into Lieutenant Commander Shepard on Eden Prime, causing confusing dreams and vision. While the imagery is becoming clear with time, meaning of the beacon communication remains elusive. It has been suggested that Prothean data recording is highly dependent on a certain view, what Carl Jung described as the collective unconscious. The cipher needed to comprehend the images implanted in Shepard's mind. The cipher needed to comprehend the images implanted in Shepard's mind is the cultural knowledge of a Prothean, the archetypes, biological instincts, and common experiences universal to the race. Since the Protheans have been dead for millennia, it may be impossible to acquire the cipher. Who's philosophizing about this happening to us? Is the beacon common knowledge? I don't think it is. Mars ruins. After 20 years of manned research outposts and nearly a century of robotic exploration, the European Space Agency's Lowell City became the first permanent settlement on Mars in 2103. Within a decade, the United States and China had founded permanent settlements as well. China can barely manage a navy. A space colony? I don't know about that. The South Polar region of Promethae Planum developed a Bermuda Triangle reputation. Satellites detected intermittent mass concentrations of magnetic field shifts. In 2148, prospectors working near Deseado crater discovered an underground complex, Prothean observation post. The odd phenomena were generated by the operation and discharge of a Mass Effect core, struggling to function despite 50 millennia of neglect. Earth was electrified by the news. Humanity was unequivocally not alone. While courts battled over who owned the ruins, the international scientific community coordinated a massive effort to access, translate, and interpret the databanks recovered from the facility. The facility proved to be a biosciences observation post built when Homo sapiens were first evolving on Earth. While the motives of the Protheans are not certain, translated records indicate that the facility was in a regular communication with automated observation platforms in Earth orbit and on lunar nearside. The half-dozen Mass Effect spaceships found in the facility were presumably used for first-hand observation. Sick. Council race. I don't think we've read this one about the Asari. We've got a bunch on Turian. Because of their long lifespan, Asari tend to have a long view not common to other races. When they encounter a new species or situation, the Asari are more comfortable with an extended period of passive observation and steady than immediate action. They are unfazed by some of their investments or decisions may not pay off for decades or centuries. Matriarchs can seem to make incomprehensible decisions, but their insight is evident when their carefully laid plans come to fruition. In interstellar relations, this long view manifests in an unspoken policy of centrism. The Asari instinctively seek to maintain stable balances of economic, political, and military power. Not a very popular thing these days down here. Traditionally, Asari spread their influence through cultural domination and intellectual superiority. They invite new species of advanced development to join the galactic community, knowing that their ideals and beliefs will inevitably influence the existing culture. Turian time. Technology. Turian homeworld, Palaven, has a metal-poor core generating a weak magnetic field and allowing more solar radiation into the atmosphere. To deal with this, most forms of life on Palaven evolve some form of metallic exoskeleton to protect themselves. Their reflective plate-like skin makes Turians less susceptible to long-term, low-level radiation exposure, but they do not possess any sort of natural armor. Turian's thick skin does not stop projectiles and directed energy bolts. Although life on Palaven is carbon-based and oxygen-breathing, it is built on dextroamino acids. This places the Turians in a distinct minority on the galactic stage. Quarians are the only other known sapient dextroprotein race. The food of humans, Asari, or Solarians, who evolved in levoamino acid-based biospheres, will at best pass through Turian systems without providing any nutrition. Worst, it will trigger an allergic reaction that can be fatal, if not immediately threatening. Sounds rough. Culture. While Turians are individuals with personal desires, their instinct is to equate the self with the group, and set aside personal desires for the good of all. Turians are taught to have strong sense of personal accountability, the Turian honor that other races find so remarkable. Turians are taught to own every decision they make, good or ill. The worst sin they can make in the eyes of their people is to lie about their own actions. Turians who murder will try to get away with it, but if directly questioned, most will confess to crime. Turians have a strong inclination towards public service and self-sacrifice, though they tend to be poor entrepreneurs. To compensate, they accepted the mercantile Volus as a client race, offering protection in exchange for their fiscal expertise. The Turian military is the center of their society. It is not just an armed force, it is an all-encompassing public works organization. Military police are also the civic police. The fire brigades serve the civilian population as well as military facilities. The Corps of Engineers builds and maintains spaceports, schools, water purification plants, power stations. The Merchant Marine ensures that all worlds get needed resources. Kinda cool, I do like that aspect. Military doctrine. Although they lack the brutality of the Krogan, skill of the Asari, and the virtuosity of the humans, the Turian military has formidable discipline. Officers and NCOs are lifers with years of field experience. Enlisted personnel are thoroughly trained and stay calm under fire. Turian units don't break. Even if their entire line collapses, they fall back in order, setting ambushes as they go. Popular saying holds, only see a Turian's back once he's dead. Boot camp begins on the 15th birthday. Soldiers receive a year of training before being assigned to a field unit. Officers train for even longer. Most serve until the age of 30, at which point they become part of the reserves. Even if they suffer injuries preventing frontline service, most do support work behind the lines. Biotics are uncommon. While admired for their exacting skills, Biotics' motives are not fully trusted by the common soldier. Turians prefer to assign their Biotics to specialist teams called Cabals. Command and control is decentralized and flexible. Individual squads can call for artillery and air support, make extensive use of combat drones for light duties, and practice combined arms. Infantry operates with armor, supported by overhead gunships. Strategically, they are methodical and patient, and dislike risky operation. Tradition is important. Each legion has a full-time staff of historians who chronicle its battle honors in detail. The oldest have records dating back to the Turian Iron Age, which is pretty fucking impressive. That's definitely some old times. If a legion is destroyed in battle, it is reconstituted rather than replaced. The Turians recruit auxiliary units from conquered or absorbed minor races. I mean, there's the Volus. Do they have Volus, small Volus auxiliary units? Are there other minor races? It says this like they have more than just the Volus. We know the Volus aren't big fighters. Auxiliaries are generally light infantry or armored cavalry units that screen to support the main Turian formations. At the conclusion of their service in the auxiliaries, recruits are granted Turian citizenship. Like reading that stuff. Geez, well, we've hit 5 hours. You know what, I was gonna go for more, but I should save some time for some other things for the rest of the night. That seems like a good place to call it. That's a solid spot, I think. maybe we'll get through the side stuff and get to the Citadel at least next time. But I do not know for certain. Can't wait to check out some of these new weapons. Good stuff. If there are other kinds of, like, special light armor I can grab, that'd be pretty sick. Stick. Hey, well, that's it. It has been a nice time. Lots of driving, no plot. Maybe there's plot next time. I don't know. There's still side stuff. I don't know. I think we've gone through most of it for now, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm out. Until next time, have a good one. Have a good one. I need to mess with the sound thing. I think I've been dipping out. I need to stop messing with my sound settings. Ah!